Hello, everybody, and welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday shows. Today is July 30th, 2025. Getting set up for the shows tonight. First, we'll start out with Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, do a little pre show there with it, and then we'll get the rest of the shows going for the night. Hope everybody had a great week. It is hump day and a great weekend ahead. Still getting everything set up here on my side. Welcome in if you haven't been here before. We do a little bit of everything from current events to, that's right, some paranormal later on. And we'll have lots and lots of commentary, conjecture, and all sorts of other goodies to go along with that. We enjoy and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for stopping in and being a part of our streams. Now that we've got all the streams connected up, it is, and if you missed it before, July 30th, 2025. And I am still setting up for Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show to start the night off. Then we'll have Jack Carey later on, along with Nancy Planetta. Appreciate each and every one of you out there who's joined in tonight and listening to the stream. We will. I will be getting this up and out and connecting up to the Censorship Sucks here in just a few minutes to do the pre-show. Let me go ahead and give them a call. Let's get the crew in here.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. I tried to do the pre-show thing in meeting, but it wouldn't let me start that. So we'll just have to do like we did the last time.
Okay.
Stop the meeting at like a couple minutes before the top of the hour, and restart it again. But hey, we can get that going here.
Okay.
All right, let me, I'm still doing some stuff with the OBS. Good old OBS. Yeah. Here we go.
Hello, Barry.
I'm here, man. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, you sound great. You sound perfect, man. Did you get a new mic? I mean, you sound fantastic.
Does I sound clear?
Yeah, it sounds great, dude. I love it. You got a new mic, man. That thing's sick.
I got a new microphone.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Oh, that's funny, dude.
There we go. Are you there? Are you there,
Yeah,
Barry?
yeah.
Barry? Huh?
That's a Willie skit right there, where he
Huh?
just goes halfway across his house and starts screaming,
Yeah,
telling him you got a new
screaming.
microphone.
Yeah. Hey, he's got ideas. Don't give him more. Yeah. Let me go to, now that everybody's in, let me go check and see who we got in the chats. Got quite a few people in there already. Thank you so much, all you folks over in Kick and all the other platforms. Appreciate each and every one of you. Shadow Grind. Let's see here.
I'm not ready.
Blup, blup, blup. Are you ready?
I'm getting there. Oh, am I cutting out?
No, we're just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
A-E-I-O-U. Okay,
That means
hold
you?
on. Chuck Mangione going.
What was,
Plug in.
I always forget, what was the name of that song that he
I don't
made that was
know.
so popular?
I don't think anybody knows the name of that
But it,
song.
ba-da-da-da-da-da. I could play that when I played trumpet. I actually had a flugelhorn and we played that in band. Yeah. Well, for jazz,
Check.
the jazz orchestra that I was in when I was in school.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. It's funny you said that. See, I was literally thinking in my head, I got a new microphone, and you said it. You beat me to the punchline. I'm feeding back. I don't know why.
Yeah, you are.
How are you feeding back?
I don't know. Do you hear me feeding back?
No,
I heard it.
I hear you good.
I hear myself feeding back.
You do? How do you hear yourself
Yes.
feeding back?
I don't know, but I do.
It sounds crystal clear here. There's no echo or anything on my end.
Okay, neither of you guys speak for a second. And let me talk and see who lights up. Yeah, Mark, you're lighting up.
It's probably feeding. We're probably hearing your mic
How are you hearing my mic?
through your headphones. You're hearing
I don't
us,
use
right?
headphones ever. Never had to.
But you hear us through a speaker then, and it's going into the microphone.
Why would that make a difference now?
I don't know.
I don't know. Testing 1, 2.
I heard you go 1, 2 again afterwards.
Yeah, I heard that.
Mic check. Yeah, it's about a 1 second delay. Oh, that's bad.
What?
Now, to be fair, we're hearing it, but you're not, so it won't go out over the air.
Right. Can you hear me okay now?
I mean, we
We hear you fine.
Or are you still getting that suppression?
Yeah.
You're not echoing. Only CS and I are echoing.
Well, let me look over here. Go ahead and talk. I want to see where you're at in levels for me. Both of you.
Testing 1, 2.
Oh,
Testing
okay.
1, 2.
All right. Let's try
Did you
this
catch
now.
it?
I bumped it down a little bit on your end.
Well, I was speaking very loud, though. This is my normal voice that I would speak in right here.
Are you?
So, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
I'm still hearing it. Doesn't seem as bad, but I'm hearing it.
Let's see if I knocked anything off over here on my mixer. Yeah, I did. I did have something on my mixer. Is it clearing up?
Check.
Testing 1, 2. Yeah, testing 1, 2.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
What'd you
That's
do?
what it was. I had reverb on the mixer. I bumped it with my phone earlier, I guess. Just missed it.
That's what happens when you come in 2 minutes late, man. You know,
What?
The attention detail just starts to fall apart, man. Start
Mark, you
bumping.
need a cat
Next
that
thing
just
you know,
lives
you're
on your
gonna, like,
keyboards.
You're gonna dump over your
Not
your
on my
drink,
keyboard.
entire
It's on
mixing
the
board,
it's on the
keyboard.
mixer itself.
Well, you know, cats can sleep on the mixer, too.
Yeah, I don't need a cat. that was a problem when I did have a cat.
I saw a pretty cool,
Because
cool
the
cat video
cat
today.
would love to sit on top of the mixer because the mixer, it doesn't get hot, but it stays pretty warm, and they love that on their belly. Roger Hansen in the Kick Chat and restreaming for us. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's. Oh, he said. All right. What was it there too? Is it still there, or is it gone now? Roger, you heard it.
Oh,
from
he can
your
hear
end.
it on his
It's
end?
gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely gone. It's clean now. Whatever you did.
Yeah, I just flipped the switch. That's all.
I tell you what, man, AI has me kind of confused though, and I'm afraid that like all the cool videos that we used to like, we're not going to like anymore because AI can duplicate them and do more crazy videos. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw a really cool video of a cat video, and a tiger walked up to this cat on a front porch, probably like in Africa or somewhere, and started sniffing it, and the cat got, kind of not aggressive, but stood his ground. Next thing you know, and it was one of those cameras that's, filming like from a tree or something, or someone's just their security camera. And then next thing you know, like 3 minutes later, because it had the time on there on the video, he's like riding on top of the tiger's back, like he's his best buddy. And I was like, man, that's super cool. But then all of a sudden I had the thought, that could be AI, man, and it's not really cool. It's not really as cool as I thought it was then. Because there was another video I just watched before that where there was a large dog, and supposedly the video was man has world's largest dog, and he's like walking with his dog in the bedroom, and the thing's like, I don't know, 3 times larger than the biggest dog. So it's AI, but that's the thing, man. AI can pretty much probably duplicate it. So will it lose its punch? Will the little videos lose their punch? Are you going to have to say, this is AI, this is real, this is actually what happened?
Yeah, I mean, it changes everything, doesn't it?
I think it does. But maybe we'll just crave the real instead of the fake. Maybe that's kind of a novelty, being able to do it. And eventually, once the novelty runs out, people will get bored with it. I don't know. Just kind of a thought.
Yeah.
Could be Hong Kong Phooey.
Or at least if they're going to do an AI video, they're going to have to be super creative to make it go viral. You know, like right now, a horse jumping off a cliff doing, five front flips is pretty cool because it's never been done before. But after a while, it's like, we've seen that one.
No, you know the ones that really get me are the Bigfoot ones, where Bigfoot's like, I'm helping Ice out today. And I'm like, have you seen some of those? They're
He's helping out.
freaking crazy, man. They're so cool, Or one of a drug plane crashes in the forest and Bigfoot finds it and it's got all sorts of bags of cocaine in it. And Bigfoot goes and does like lines. He's like, man, this is some good stuff. It's
and
so
then you see,
funny.
Then you see him in Chicago and he's like the main distributor.
Yeah, it's so crazy. No, I'm waiting on Roger to come up crazy something like that for your frog soon. I'm
just wondering if you can prosecute Sasquatch, man. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, if you can catch him.
That's the thing,
I seen one. I seen a really good Sasquatch one. It was a meme instead of a video. It's Noah on the Ark. He said, "Well, I got these two Sasquatch. Have you seen them? Seen them?" And everybody's like, "No, we haven't seen them." I know they're on the. I know they're on here somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that one, they're going to run that one out till it seems like there's plenty of creative room for that one. For at least a little while,
Oh, they had the Bigfoot in Australia one too, where he's blowing stuff up. He goes, "Hey mate, watch this! I threw a couple sticks of dynamite into these campers' fire. Let's see what happens."
And what's crazy is he's so like coherent and human-like. That's what makes it really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't even really look like a Bigfoot. It looks like an oversized gorilla with with human-like feet. And Bigfoot has more of a human face than a gorilla. That's the problem. Well, according to how people have seen him, like, okay, well, yeah, he's a mountain ape. All right, he could be,
Well, clearly I guess they're the closest to humans, So
yeah, and
makes sense.
They had one where Yeti wakes up and he's like, "Who the hell's this chick laying next to me?" It's so funny. Like, I must have picked her up when I was drunk last night. I found
probably after all that cocaine.
I found a 6-pack over in a field in the corner. And she's just rolling around in the sleeping bag, like, where'd my furry rug go to keep me warm?
Is it another gorilla or a human?
It was a human girl.
Oh, wow.
Dude, I don't know how that happened. I'm like, I just die laughing every time. It's like, and he goes, "These immigrants, they don't know how to sneak around. Let me show you. I'm going to join ICE." And he said, You have to let stuff sit for a while. You can't just come and get it right now. He goes, take for instance this, and then he takes and they set up a free Modelo beer stand, and all these guys come in, and it's like, all right, boys, wrap them up, pack them up, move them out. He goes, that's a day, and then he walks off with two hotties. He goes. He goes, don't worry, Mamacita. I got your green card. He said, but those boys, they have to go back. I'm like, oh yeah,
It's definitely what do you call it? He's definitely a an alpha male gorilla.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
He's no beta.
No, it was pretty funny too watching him. He was swimming in the ocean. All right, he wanted to see what it was like to swim in the ocean, and a shark comes by and starts to fight him, and he punches the shark right in the mouth. I'm like, it's so hilarious. Some of them, I'm like, where do these guys come up with this stuff? But I mean, they could actually make like a full-scale type movie out of something like that.
Oh, well, it becomes
over
really
time,
popular.
if they get enough clips together.
What would you call it, though? Who would he be? Like, what would be his name? The gorilla, because he'd have to have some kind of a identity.
Yeah, he's Bigfoot, and his son's called Little Squatch, and his wife's always mad at him. He goes, that's why I'm always by myself. She's always pissed off at me. I'm like, damn, I can relate to that back in the day, I'm like, Bigfoot's got it hard, man.
The left makes a film out of it, and they base the gorilla off of Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, no.
He's like a soft gorilla. You know what I mean?
Oh, Yeti punked Bigfoot once by sending him into a bar that was like the Blue Oyster Clan or whatever. Remember the Blue Oyster bar in Police Academy where they were all gay dudes? He goes, Yeti told me it's a good place to hang out. he goes, man, I'm going to get that guy.
I think I've seen all the police academies. Well, there are like 6 of them?
Yeah.
They've been out for a long time, dude. And apparently, the new Naked Gun is doing real well, or is supposedly going to do real well. They're saying. I don't know if it's
who's playing Leslie Nielsen though.
Liam Nielsen, or Liam. Is that his name? Liam Nielsen? No.
Neeson?
Neeson. Liam Neeson is his name.
No.
Yeah, he's
a British dude.
It doesn't make sense, but apparently apparently Pamela Anderson's in the film, and apparently this is what they're saying on X all day today is that they're in love now, for real. Like Pamela, who's like, I think my age, 59 or something, and he's like 73, and they're like madly in love now.
Yeah.
So, which I'm happy. I mean, for Pamela, that'd be great. I think she's been she's had a lot of guys, man. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean she's been through a lot of guys. They end up dumping her, it seems like, at the end of it all. Tommy, I don't know who all. Kid Rock. I think she dumped him. I can't remember, but. And apparently she's on a no makeup kick, which I have no problem with. Whatever. I think she's, she seems like a pretty decent person, so maybe they'll be good for each other. And that's coming from me, who, I'm not real big.
You're pretty hard on the Hollywood people and celebs. You're not an easy guy to please. Oh my God.
I know. Don't get me started.
You just got enough screw
Debbie's
kids. As long as you don't
critic.
screw kids.
Well, there you go. That's a good starter right there, man. Yeah. Don't be a douchebag and don't do what you just said, and we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the people that are, that have rejected the system, like James Woods, I like him a lot, man. I think he's for real, dude. I bet you if I saw him in a restaurant and I just said, hey, man, how you doing? He'd say, hey, how you doing, man? I don't think that his ego is quite as big. He probably has an ego with his acting skills, which you got to have some ego in order to believe in yourself that you're a good actor. But as far as like just dealing with people, dealing with the public, I mean, if you saw him, he wouldn't care, dude.
Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah, I've been
I was
trying to
just,
get Debbie to get Kevin Sorbos one.
Oh yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, I think that he would make a great interview for her.
well, yeah, of course he would. So would Donald Trump.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Kevin Sorbo, I've seen him on other people's podcasts and stuff. I don't think he's
Yeah,
completely
exactly. It wouldn't be an
out of
impossible
reach.
get.
Wouldn't be completely impossible. You probably
Yeah.
have to know somebody that knows him, I think. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
You couldn't just contact him direct on Facebook to do it, you know.
And then that
maybe,
guy from
maybe there are some people that you can do like that, and she's got them that way before.
and how's that again?
Contact them through Facebook. See, most
Yeah, just straight up
most of
directly, huh?
the celebs are on Facebook, and they use that, and they'll have like their official page, or and their private pages and all that. So to book people, you do what you got to do when it comes to her type show.
Another guy that's not real Hollywood-like. In fact, he doesn't even really work that much. Like, I mean, he basically is a karate teacher. That's his like main thing that he does. Like, and he's a karate expert or whatever. I forget what the art was that he's into. But the star from Boondock Saints, and from that new movie Nefarious, he's in that as well. Really, he was incredible in that movie.
She's had a bunch of people from like Pirates of the Caribbean on.
But he was saying that I don't know anything about it. I mean, I'm just taking him at his word. He said Norman Reedus was actually a really down-to-earth guy. And he's got that motorcycle documentary that he's out. I mean, he seems like he's probably fairly cool, I guess. I mean, he says he is. It's hard to tell. The guy from Waking Dead, or is it whatever the show is. Walking Dead, yeah, something like that. I've seen a few of them. And then he's got some spin-off one where he's the star in it, and they were showing it for free on one of the free movie networks, and I watched 1 or 2 episodes. It bored me. I found it boring. The zombie thing bores me. It's so overdone, dude.
Yeah, you can only do so much of that.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, it resonates with people continually, no matter,
Okay,
I mean,
Barry, this is what's going to happen, all right? In a couple minutes, we're going to hang up, but I'm going to call right back on this particular chat group.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay. So hang up?
No, not yet. It's not time yet.
But I remember, dude, the zombie thing got so popular that I remember what Hunger Games episode it was. It was one of the latter ones, and they had to bring it in. And before they brought him in, I said, I can't remember. I was watching with friends. But I said, they're bringing the zombies, dude. Just watch. This isn't a zombie movie. I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They got to have the zombies. It's just like the formula.
It's the
Sure
formula.
enough, man. It is the formula, dude.
Hey, have you guys watched Squid Game Season 2 yet?
No, I don't watch stuff like that.
Isn't that on Netflix?
I don't know. I mean, it's on the internet. I tried watching it, and I watched the first episode, and it just wasn't that good. Whereas, Season 1 was, of course, like one of the best things ever made.
I wanted to see it. I thought it was on.
Oh.
I didn't have Netflix, so. But I heard about it, dude.
When you search for movies and stuff online, add Putlocker to it. Watch free Putlocker, Putlocker, and it'll always find anything you need for free.
Legally or just for free?
Well, it's for free. It's legal. I mean, Google's like serving it right up to you.
There you go.
How illegal can it be?
How illegal can it be? How low can you go?
I remember when that first cloud share thing came out. I taught a friend of mine about it, and he went ballistic with it and started getting like all these letters from different like NBC, ABC, CBS, Sony, like letters in the mail saying, "Dude, like we're gonna sue you if you don't stop." And he never stopped.
Mm.
They never did anything. He didn't care.
Oh, what was it? Torrents?
No, it was the very first one, or like the second one, maybe.
Share Win It.
I think they have whole sites devoted to like it's just like a Tubi site, except for it's not legal, and then it's every movie. But I think it's in another country. That's how they're able to get away with it.
Yeah, Footlocker is one. They've got a million URLs. Every time they get taken down, they just open up on a different URL, and it's a never-ending cat and mouse game.
Kind of like Pirate Bay.
Yeah, what do I have open right now? I got one I've been watching shit on. Let's see, it's
Not that I know anything about stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
I've got one called Watch 123movies.net. Right, 0123movie.net, and it keeps moving around. I've got like all kinds of stuff on here. I just watched Happy Gilmore 2 last night. And when we switched in the next room, I'll tell you guys my
yeah, and we'll do that here. Everybody has to hang up. Remember this. All right.
Okay, hanging up right now.
Right now. Hang up right now, and then when everybody hangs up, then I'm going to hang up, and then I'll restart. CS, you didn't hang up. CS, you didn't hang up. All right, let's see if I can do this. Nope, you didn't hang up. John, you have to hang up. You have to leave the call.
Hello.
Hello. You didn't hang up, and I had to force it to hang up.
I did hang up.
It didn't show on my end.
You
got 30 seconds
on the top, and then when I did that, it closed out the window.
Okay. Get ready, cause.
So Barry, how are you today?
I'm good, man. Keep up the great energy. I like it already.
All right, we're going to do this now.
We're going
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday night, July 30, 2025. Man, summer's cruising by, Barry.
Does that mean it's going quickly?
It's going quickly. It's almost August, man. You know? I mean, gosh, kids will be going back to school in like 2 weeks.
Wow.
Which I think is a crime. I think it's a crime. I think if your kid has to step one day in school in August, it's a crime.
Well, haven't they shortened the summers for them? It used to be when I was growing up 3 months. Isn't it like 2 months now?
Oh, we used to get like half of June, most of June, all of July, all of August, a good part of September off. And then, as soon as it started getting a little chilly in the air, you go back to school. But no, nowadays, man, those kids, they stay until like, almost July 1st and go back like August 15th. They get like 6-7 weeks off. It's a crying shame. They should get three months minimum. But a lot of most parents
it's
work,
actually 2.5 months is what they get now, and they go back to school early.
In some places.
Yeah,
in
like
some
where I'm
places,
at,
yeah.
it's 2.5 months. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 minimum, but you get what I'm saying, man. They're cutting the kids short nowadays. You know, if your kid's getting 2 months off, 6 weeks off, that's a crime. You know, they should get a good long summer. But the thing is, the parents work nowadays. The moms are at work, so it's daycare. They need that daycare. They don't want a long summer. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's hard to argue with.
It is. So I don't know. The kids get the short end of the stick on that one. But anyway, yeah, summer's flying by. It's beautiful. I mean, I'm loving the weather. It's been. I wish it would rain more, but you know, we're kind of in a drought out here on the West Coast, and yeah, we need it to rain. I will not be shy about that. It's dry as a bone. I keep seeing rain forecasted out 4 or 5 days out, and then we get to it, and it just keeps never happening. And everything's just dry as a bone. It's really dangerous. Heck, that fire on the Grand Canyon on the North Rim, I just looked at it earlier today. It's almost 100,000 acres now. You know,
Wow.
when it burned everything out at the Grand Canyon, it was like 6,000 acres. And so from there, it's just grown to like massive amounts. It's huge. And there's another one just north of there that's like 60,000 acres. And it's like right up the road.
Yeah, and we may have tsunamis coming as well.
Oh boy. And earthquakes. Let's talk about last night's earthquake that went off in Russia on the, what is it, the Kachina Peninsula over there, the big peninsula that goes down just above Japan. It was an 8.8 earthquake, which is the 6th biggest quake ever recorded. I mean, 8.8 is massive. Yeah, massive. 9.5 is the biggest one ever.
Was like 7.3 or something, right? Fukushima, and that was big.
Yeah. The one that went through the one that went through San Francisco and knocked down all the bridges and everything was like a 7.0. You know what I mean? Like California, for all their fear of earthquakes, they're deathly afraid of what they're expected to get would be like 7.0s, not 9s. You know, the only place a 9 can really happen in America is up the San Juan de Fuca fault line in the Pacific Northwest. Pardon me, Mike. Let me drink some water here.
Don't want to have any.
But yeah,
go ahead.
the San Juan de Fuca, it's got 2 sections to it, and if they both slide, it's insane. We're looking at like a 9.0 plus, and they're saying like the cities of Portland and Seattle would move something like 50 yards to the southwest and drop like 20 feet in the process of that earthquake. All that shaking and everything, when all the shaking was done 5 minutes later, they'd be like over there 50 yards. You know what I'm saying? Crazy stuff, because the plate there is just like lifting up on it, and once it slips, and boom, it's all going to go down and, you know, and out to sea sort of. So crazy stuff. But this was big. I was watching the tsunami alerts in Hawaii last night, and nothing ever really came of it, but they had it really hyped up. They had everybody scared to death running for the hills.
It was Alaska as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the whole West Coast.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, I'm glad nothing happened, or I don't know, is it too late? Can it still happen, are they saying, or are we out of the danger zone?
They're out of the danger zone now. But yeah, no, they hyped it up because once it leaves, you know, this is like one of the biggest earthquakes ever, right? 6th biggest in all time. And it's open water between there and Hawaii. And all you got in between is like Midway. And it came through Midway as a 6-foot wave, but as a 6-foot tidal wave, that's different than a 6-foot wave. You know what I mean? Like just like someone surfing on a 6-foot wave.
I heard when some people in Hawaii were trying to get out, and they were trying to leave on Oprah's Road, and it was blocked for a while.
Well, no, they wanted to go on her estate, right? They wanted extra parking. Like they wanted her to open up the gates to her private road to her house and let them all park, you know, in there and just get to, you know, more people up there. And she said no. And I mean, as it turns out, it wasn't a big deal. Like nobody got wet, right? But it could have been.
Well, I mean, she's such a loving activist. I'm sure that she was just more than happy to let them come.
Yeah, then there's also the thought of like letting, I don't know, 1,000 people onto your property, 800 cars, 500 cars, just parked everywhere. And will they leave when it's time to leave? Or will they be like, hey, can we get a picture with Oprah?
Yeah, I don't think Oprah's too popular anymore, but maybe with some.
She is. I remember bumping into her. I want to say it was New Year's Eve in 2000, the millennial. We were at a restaurant having dinner, and I was coming back from the restroom, and she was standing next to some people at the bar. And I was walking by. There was a small window, and I just kind of said, "Hi, nice to meet you." And she looked at me, said hi, shook my hand, and I walked on. But very nice,
What
was more
year
than
was
happy.
that?
It was 2000 New Year's Eve in Chicago.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you didn't ask her about Epstein or anything?
No. It's 2000. No one knew anything about it.
Pre-Epstein revelations or Weinstein, whoever she's hanging out with.
Yeah, all the stuff that's come out since then.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's legendary, I mean, it's Oprah. But
okay. Yeah, she's legendary in some people's minds. Not mine, but how I feel about the Holly Weirdos, so don't get me started.
Well, back then in Chicago, she was just the queen. You know what I mean? You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who'd say anything negative about her then.
Oh, yeah.
In that city.
In 2000, she was like riding high, man. That.
For a while.
Riding high in 2000.
Yeah. For a while, like the 90s, I worked at, when I was in college, I worked at Le Meridien Hotel in Chicago. Okay. And I would work the breakfast, duties there. Work the breakfast shift. And if you recall, that's where she put up all her guests. Okay. So it was a super posh hotel right downtown, blocked from the lake, right next to all the high-end shopping, all that stuff. And she would put up her guests in that hotel. And we would always play this game, Can You Spot Oprah's Guests? And 9 times out of 10, man, it was so obvious. It was just so obvious.
Right.
You'd be like, hey, how you doing? And they're like, great. What are you here for? What are you doing in Chicago? Oh, we're going to be on Oprah. It's like, yep, I won. I won the bet. I told you.
Right.
So that was quite a funny little game we would play when working there.
The Oprah game.
Yeah. Which one's Oprah's guess? Because almost every day, like they shot 5 days a week, right? So almost every day there was somebody in there from the show.
Mm-hmm.
I met the guy who did the voice for the Aardvark in the Pink Panther, if I'm not mistaken. Real famous comedian. But yeah, I met him there. I met a bunch of people. It was an interesting job. Of course, you can't really, dwell on them. You should
try to get in to be a guest, and maybe you could have won one of those cars he gave away or something. Cars to people at least once or twice.
Yeah, there you go. That sounds like fun. Have Oprah on the show and have her give me a car. Hey, thanks, Oprah.
Let's do it.
Get Elon. I'll just get Elon on and say, like, can I please have $1 billion? Please, I'll do so much good with it.
Just give me a Tesla, man. Yeah.
Why? See, why though? If he gives you a Tesla, it's like you're gonna be kicking yourself. You're like, gosh, why didn't I just ask him for like a dozen?
Well, probably turn around and sell it for the profit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he said yes so quick, man. I could have asked him for anything.
Well, he might not be so generous with, he's probably generous with the vehicle. Doesn't cost him as much,
Yeah. Did he give that one to Trump or did he make Trump buy it?
I think it was a gift.
Was it?
No, I think Trump bought it, actually, yeah. I don't know.
I bet, he would have to buy it really because it would just be such fodder for the left to go crazy over the fact that, you give Trump an $80,000 car. Like, oh my God, what's next?
Sure.
So anyway, let's dive into some hard news because we got some hard stuff going on here. Really a big news day. Let's talk about the largest scandal in American political history. A couple months ago, if I mentioned that, it would have been Joe Biden's mental decline and the cover-up, right? A few months before that, it would have been, the Hunter Biden laptop was probably one of the biggest scandals and cover-ups, or the cocaine found in the White House.
Attempt of Trump would be in there as well.
Yeah, 2020 elections, all this stuff. But now we're getting into the biggest of all the big ones that connects and ties it all together, Russiagate. Okay, and today Kash Patel announced that he found in a secret room a burn bag filled with thousands of documents related to Trump-Russia collusion hoax. Right?
Correct.
It's ridiculous. They had this stuff in a burn bag hidden away in a secret skiff where nobody kind of knew it was there. It wasn't marked for anything. It was in a burn bag. Obviously, somebody wanted it destroyed, but I guess no one was willing to sign off that final signature to say, I'll put my name on destroying all this stuff.
Well, it comes down to the very fact that the left is kind of narcissistic and they do not really pay attention to the details. They never thought for 1 second that it was that important to burn them all. They didn't feel like they were in any rush to do it. They didn't think Trump was going to win. These people are so narcissistic and they're just loose cannons, like completely, like they don't pay attention to the details at all. And that sometimes works in their favor because that creates more chaos. But in this particular case, their lack of attention to detail is going to cost them big time because that burn bag, man, I mean, like you said, there's a lot in there.
Oh, and it's just ridiculous. Now, we had Dan Bongino come out the other day and say he'd seen something that would be coming out over the next week that made him lose all faith in government and just, it blew his mind and made him disgusted and whatnot. I wonder if this is it or if there's even more coming. Because this stuff never seems to be ending. The amount of crap these people have left behind in their wake. It's horrific.
And then you have the very fact that people are going to whistleblow now because they feel safe, right? That means shady people as well as good people are now going to feel, well, I can come forward now and I can go ahead and share what I have or share these documents that I have that I was supposed to destroy that I didn't destroy or whatever.
Exactly. The people in the wings who've been pissed off about what they've watched firsthand over the last so many years can finally kind of step up and say, okay, enough is enough. I feel like you say safe to come forward and put this out there now. I finally feel like there's going to be justice if we all testify and sit on that court, put your hand up and swear to tell the truth and then drop the fire on big people, on Comey, on Obama, on Rice, on the top people in the Obama administration who orchestrated this stuff on and on and on. And I heard John Solomon today talking about how Obama now can be subpoenaed and he has to testify because he has immunity. But if he perjures himself, then he loses all immunity for everything.
Oh, is that right? So he'll probably end up, taking the fifth?
Well, he can't.
Or he can't because he has immunity.
Exactly. So he has to answer the questions.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
And if he lies, he's screwed.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that doesn't look good for him then. Because if he just messes up on one thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, they've got all this stuff called, dead to rights, and he doesn't know what they have too. Right. So they might ask him a question. He puts out a straight up lie, and then they drop an email on his table in front of him and say, "Read that. Is that your email address? Did you write that?" Well, no, I didn't write that. Somebody else wrote that using my private email address. Okay, you lied again. Right?
Yeah.
And it just goes on and on and on.
It's okay that he cannot just say, well, I just choose not to reply. He can't do that.
No, if you're subpoenaed and you have to answer. I mean, if you take the fifth, then you can take the fifth. But if you have immunity on that, if you've been granted a pardon, like we were talking about this with Joe Biden, how he granted pardons to all of his inside people. That means that if they have to go testify, they can't take the fifth. Because they have immunity. So why are you taking the fifth? You can't self-incriminate yourself. Answer the question.
So he can be found completely guilty in the court system and before the public and still not go to jail, though.
Well, if he answers all the questions correctly and tells what happens truthfully, he may come off like a total scumbag, but he couldn't go to jail. He may, everyone might be like, okay, wow, this guy's totally guilty, but there's nothing we can do about it. Presidential immunity.
But here, that preps the whole situation for what about the crimes that he committed when he was not in office? He doesn't have immunity for that.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, and all the people around him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, did you order Clapper to make this illegal act, to do this illegal act of treason? Right. And he says, yeah, I ordered him to do that. Okay, now Clapper, Brennan, these guys are done because they went and committed treason. Yeah, it was under the order of the president, but it was also treason.
Mm-hmm. And they knew.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, anybody that's that high up knows that would obviously be treason.
Yeah, you're sabotaging the sitting president.
Dumb. You can't play dumb and say I didn't know what we were actually doing. That's not going to fly.
Well, yeah, you're the head of the FBI, dog.
Exactly.
Right? Like, if you don't know, who does?
Well, I've heard that's how they're going to play it, and I'm like, well, that's not going to help them any.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, though. I mean, they're finding these secret skiff rooms, burn bags filled with documents. This is getting bigger and bigger and bigger by the day. Yeah. And there's no denying it now, There's just no denying it.
None of that stuff surprises me. I've said that this kind of stuff's going to come out. I said that you were going to find more Epstein files as well. You watch, wait, and see, man. None of that stuff is gone because it was blackmail material. So they want to hold on to it. Now, they might have moved it around and put it into different people's hands, but it exists.
Yeah, I'm picturing like you walk down the main hall. At the end of the hall, there's a little desk there with a flower pot on it that's just decorative, right? But that's actually a storage for like the most deathly, documents on the planet. Like, there's only one key. One dude's got the key, and like he goes and opens that up, and bam, Epstein galore. Little hard drives everywhere.
They probably hit them under the Georgia Guidestones.
Right? Who knows, man? They're somewhere out there.
That's why they blew them up. They had the documents under the Georgia Guidestones.
But I also, you look at these little burn bags, and what if this burn bag had been burnt like it was supposed to in a burn bag, right? Then all that stuff just disappears. Mm-hmm. And it's just gone forever. And how much of that stuff just gets gone forever, and then we never know the truth because they made it go away.
Yep.
I mean, it's really
here's the thing. A lot of times they think they can bleach it or whatever, and it turns out that if it's digital, a lot of that can be restored.
Well, yeah.
And that's the problem. Even with the most sophisticated, digital tools that will destroy documents and so forth, that can sometimes be reversed, or you can get at least part of it. Yeah.
Even like the bleach bit, like Hillary Clinton used on her hard drives, can be reversed with enough. That's one level of technology. If someone comes along with a higher, more sophisticated level of technology to come back on it, you send Grok loose on it for 2 weeks as a side hobby, and suddenly he figures it out. Hey, I figured that out for you. Here it is.
There you go.
Hey, Grok, in your spare time, please hack these, recover these hard drives for me. Thank you.
But it's going to get interesting right now, man. Come on, dude. We should be celebrating because things are about to get seriously interesting and in our favor. Now, I mean, the lunatic left and the globalists are going to like lose their marbles in their minds. So that's kind of concerning. But it is so great to finally, see the tide turn in another direction once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to see justice coming, like to a point where it's getting hard for even the mainstream media to keep just calling this stuff baseless,
Oh, yeah.
Like, here's 1,000 pages. Here's another 200 pages from the, what was it? The annex from the Mueller report that was classified, right? That's just another 200 pages of that in there too. So what's that going to have? Well, that's all going to Grassley, who's going to, distribute it to the public. So it's all getting released. It's all being sent to the DOJ, and they're ready. I mean, again, John Solomon from Just the News, very well-respected dude, just came out today and said there's nothing preventing them from, bringing Obama before a grand jury like tomorrow. They've got enough.
That'd be great. Yeah. I see justice like before, we had this super telescope just to see it. Now, all you need is some binoculars, and you can see that, man, justice is just on the horizon. If they just, because obviously they're doing everything showing that they're committed to doing this. And even with that, the doubters and the skeptics, they still think that there's not going to be any arrests, indictments, and convictions. I hate to break it to you, doubters. It's coming. Justice is coming. And it will come much more swiftly than it did when the left tried to prosecute Trump and all these other people.
Yeah. And they need to do this stuff in Florida and other, Texas and places where you're going to get a fair jury. They're not going to bring this stuff up in, the Washington district courts, right? No way. No way. They're not going to bring it up in Manhattan, in the Southern District Court.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, where they're just going to be guaranteed to be like, oh, a bunch of liberals from the Upper East Side just are like, yeah, no, he's innocent. Nothing to see here. Our guy would never do that. Obama would never do that. Innocent, innocent, innocent.
Yeah,
And
they would want to do
bad.
whatever they could to delay it,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Bring these down, do the same thing they do. Shop out those judges, man. Run it down through Florida and then make them take it up to the Supreme Court, which is 6-3, by the way, and appeal it there.
Right. I mean, that's been their tactic. I've said all along is the globalist leftist tactic. I think they know they can't win unless we capitulate, which we haven't. So their whole goal is just to basically delay everything in the hopes that we will capitulate over time. Just they wear us out. They demoralize us. They terrorize us. They do all the kinds of things that they did do, and they still continue to do to this day. But it didn't work, man. We're stronger and much more resilient than they had ever imagined.
Mm-hmm. And we stand on core fundamental values that we can all point to and agree upon, mainly the Constitution, right? And free markets, capitalism, free people and free markets, and, laws to bind us all together. It's a very simple system that when you understand it, it's easy to go in that direction and have everybody follow you along and say, hey, he's going in that direction. He's lowering taxes instead of raising them. He's, getting rid of restrictions instead of adding more and more. He's actually helping the economy grow instead of getting in the way. And suddenly you get popularity and you become that 80-20, kind of issue where when you're an 80-20 party, you're eventually going to have 80-20, polls. And that's kind of where they're getting to now because they've been pushing so many things that are so unpopular that, the popularity of the left is falling through the floor. Not that the GOP is much higher, but Trump certainly is. You get these people like Adam Schiff and, whoever else, Swalwell, that want to go after Trump and just talk crap about him all the time. And their polls are in the garbage. They're in the toilet. They're not popular people. No one likes their policies. No one likes what they're doing. It's just that simple, Yep.
You're right, brother.
So we got about 30 seconds before the break. Barry, where can people find you online?
Find me on X and just look me up, Bullhorn Barry, and you'll find me. Subscribe and say hello.
Bullhorn Barry, all one word.
Yep, one word. Or you can find me on Truth Social. Just look up Bullhorn Barry. I'm actually Freedom Fighter Victor on that on Truth Social, but I'm on Truth Social as well. And I'm also on Minds.com, which is kind of smaller, but
Freedom Fighter Victor. All right, on that note, folks, we're going to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, you're on radio break.
You didn't plug yourself, man. You didn't plug yourself there.
It's all about the little guy, man.
There you go.
For me, man, it's all about the little guy. I just want to help out the little guy, that's all.
I'm the little guy today, but maybe not tomorrow. But either way, it doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to keep going. Big, small, little in between.
You make him do all the talking too, since he's got like dry throat tonight, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to wear them out so I can just have the last part myself. Nah.
Yeah, I was cracking up there for a bit.
Yeah, well, he left that dead air there a little bit, so I had to just kind of say something because it was just dead air, like for 5 seconds.
Well, I had to throw something and then pause, and I was about to cough, so I just muted and cleared my throat. Figured you'd figure it out. And get a shot.
Yeah, I got my lime water, so that really helps for me, man. Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to get some more. Actually, I'm about out. Yeah, they had 13 limes for $1.99 over at the Mexican grocery store around by my house. So I picked up 13. And these, and the thing about limes, man, you got to know how to pick the right lime. Like you want to pick the soft limes, the skin where it's soft and not rough, not riveted, and they're like super juicy if you do that. So I get all the ones that are like really good, and then I pick the biggest ones that are in there because I mean it's a Mexican grocery store, so they have like it's like a bin full, not like a normal bin, but a 3-foot bin just. And then they had like onions, like 4 pounds for 99 cents, and carrots 4 pounds for 99 cents.
Jeez.
So I do smoothies and make roasts, man. When they have those deals, I buy up the onions, the carrots, everything.
You're making onion smoothies?
Smoothies.
Roasts. Carrots and onions for the roasts.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't dare. I did have my smoothie today, though. It was good, man. I had an avocado in it. Does that count?
Dude, I remember once getting a smoothie made out of beets because I was just craving beets, and so I had that with like carrots and whatever else in it, and those beets, dude, it was like caffeine times 10. It knocked me on my butt.
Yeah, because
let me tell you something
beets
about
are super high in sugar. You know that?
Did you know?
It didn't feel like a sugar buzz though. It felt like a hardcore caffeine buzz.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting. They found that runners that take beet juice before their run have 25% more stamina. 25%. So, yeah. And here's the thing, I do smoothies. I've taught tons of people over the last, 17, 18 years how to make them and different flavors and different styles and so forth. And one of the things I tell them, I say, hey, man, because a lot of people, they can't get used to the green look. They think the green look is like, putrid or something. And I'm like, well, hey, just throw a little bit of, just cut up a couple corners of a beet and it'll turn it punch red, fruit punch red. And that seems to work for people because it colorizes it. But I don't mind the green look. I kind of like it. It looks like sour apple.
Yeah.
Do you ever put tamarillos in your smoothies?
That's like a Mexican fruit, right?
Yeah, it looks kind of like a tomato in a way, but it's a little on the spicy side. And it has.
And they're green too.
They're green, yeah, and they have. You got to peel them.
No, I've bought them before, but I've never put them in my smoothies.
30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds.
I did put some Mexican fruit in there. I can't remember what it's called. Guava? Maybe that's what it was. I put guava. I bought some guava.
Oh, I like that. I like guava.
Guava, that's bad shit, dude.
No, guano.
It is?
Yeah, you don't want to eat that.
Guano
you
is
don't want to
bad
eat
shit.
guava.
Guava. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CENSORSHIPSUCKS Round Table Radio Show. We have a lot of news this week going on. Donald Trump went to the UK, and boy, was that fun. He went to Turnberry, played some golf, met with the head of the EU.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Just 1 second. I just want to ask one simple question.
Sure.
Did he meet with Keir Starmer?
He sure did.
Because it's been a long time.
But you forgot to call him Sir Keir Starmer.
We're bringing Keir Starmer back.
Sir. He earned the sir. You call him sir.
Poor Keir Starmer.
Let's see. He talked about all kinds of stuff. Lower taxes, you get growth. Talked about how, it was amazing in his first term. It was incredible. We lowered taxes, was it from 42 to 28%. In the first year, we got more revenue. It works. It just works like that. That's how it works. And he's right. That's how it works. You lower taxes, you get more income. There's something called a Laffer curve. Okay? Mm-hmm. And it basically, if you've ever seen a Laffer curve, imagine a big rainbow. It goes up and then it comes back down. And on the left side at the zero level is 0% income tax. What do you get? Zero. But you go up, 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 you reach a certain optimal point, and then if taxes start going higher all the way up to the other end of the spectrum, the other end of the rainbow, 100% taxes, you get no income there either. Because if taxes are 100%, why would anyone work?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a optimal point somewhere along the spectrum where when you start raising taxes above that level, your revenue goes down. And I believe we are far, far past that number today.
Mm-hmm.
We are in an area where, if the income rate were, I think, 15%, we'd have much higher revenue than we would at 30. Just common sense. Common sense.
And they want to tax you for everything. Death tax, property tax. I mean, it's ridiculous, dude. It's all of just stripping you of your power.
Exactly. He went off on their immigration policies, stating how he got, it down to 0 last month. And then Starmer came out and said, well, we deported 35,000 people so far this year. Yeah, right. You're right. I don't believe it. You're lying. Liar, pants on fire. Donald Trump said, we love free speech in America. And he said, oh, we do too. We're the home of free speech. We've had free speech for hundreds of years.
Yeah, nobody's gonna buy it.
This is like the day after the news came out that they were putting together a new, team of elite forces on the police, to go after people's social media posts. They've locked up 1,000 some people in the last year for social media posts. Now they just passed a new law where it makes it illegal to even criticize immigration. That's not free speech.
No, it's not. In other words, they don't want you criticizing any of their policies because we rule, not we the people rule.
Exactly. And they say that, when somebody in one of these migrant hotels who's been here for, in the case of the guy in Epping, he'd been there for like 8 days, and he allegedly sexually, I don't want to say assaulted, but was over the line on 3 different occasions in illegal ways. And the people are outraged about it. And they all come out, and the moms come out, and they hold signs that say, please, we don't want immigrants here. Our kids are not safe. They can't walk to school and back safely in this beautiful, leafy little hamlet outside of London, this suburb that should be safe as anywhere. But it's not anymore. And these people, many of them left London because it wasn't safe anymore. So they moved out to Epping where it was safe. And now guess what? It's not safe there either. So they're pissed. How many times do I have to keep moving further and further out into the sticks to be safe? I already have to commute, 2 hours. And
to be able to let your grievances come out, and they're basically denying people of that. It's Elon said, and I'm not super big fan. I'm somewhat a fan, sometimes not so much a fan, but what he said is true when he said they don't ban hate speech. They ban speech they hate. And speech they hate is anything that opposes them. In other words, they don't feel like they have to be accountable to we the people. They don't feel like they have to be accountable to the masses. They're only accountable among themselves and their agenda. And it's not for us. It's for them. It's about them gaining more power, gobbling up more power, gobbling up more money, creating monopolies, and creating this little elite group of people that controls and manages everything and has all the prosperity and has all the wealth and has all the control. And it's ridiculous. And that day is over, man. So they just need to wake up.
And Trump warned them not to come after truth. You know what I mean? He said, if you come after truth, you come after me, we're going to have a problem.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, he did say that.
So they just added, in Australia, they're putting together this new law that makes it tough for kids under 16 to use the internet, social media, any of that kind of stuff. And they just announced yesterday they're adding YouTube to the list of sites that need to go through this complicated verification process for people to use. And if you're under 16, you simply can't use it. Right.
I mean,
YouTube is not happy about that.
Seems a little rough, man. I mean, you're basically hindering the growth of teenagers at that point. And I could understand if it was like super controversial content or something like that, and they were 13 or 12 or 11, but it's 16 to say they can't see what's going on in the world that's kind of nuts, man. You're basically thwarting their growth. But I think that's their plan. They don't really want people growing up. They want to keep everybody kind of in an adolescent stage for as long as they possibly can.
Oh, yeah. I remember reading about this kid who's like one of the top YouTubers, and he's like 10 years old. And obviously the parents are behind it. But the kid, all he does is they give him new toys and he reviews them and plays with them and said, oh, this is cool. Look what the head does. And yet, like, oh, wow, I can shoot, arrows out of his chest. That's awesome. I love it. You know what I mean? And this kid's like he's got like, I don't know, 80 million followers or something. You know,
Can't
just
imagine how
making,
much money he's generated.
yeah, tens and tens of millions. I mean, the kid he's set for life as long as his parents don't, you know, blow through it all, which is 50-50 at best.
Right.
So yeah, he went over there and just sat next to him time and time again. Are you going to go to London, Mr. Trump? Are you going to see Sadiq Khan? Well, I'm not a big fan of his, you know. And Kier had to come out and say, well, we're very good friends, you know, after he put Sadiq in his place.
Right.
And Shah came out and tried to defend him. No, he's a great guy. You ought to just meet him. He's really doing great things for London. London's never been better. Well, London is gone. It's not London.
It's
not.
It's fallen. Yes, it's done for.
You know, we say the UK is in bad shape, but London is just not it's not an English city anymore. It's an international city. And, you know, hey, more power to them. But let's see how they survive when all the billionaires decide to leave because they're putting wealth taxes on people, right? And they're straight up doing that in the UK right now. They're putting in a wealth tax, which you pay based on your wealth. If you own real estate and, you know, stocks, bonds, things like that, you pay tax on it. And a lot of people are just saying, hey, man, I talked to my accountant and they're telling me I'm a fool if I stay here, that I can go to Italy and the weather's way better. And, you know, like my house will pay for itself if I just move there instead. Yeah. So they're leaving. And
sure,
it's like Trump said, you lower taxes, you get a lot more of it. You raise them and you get less because people, especially in Europe, think of, you know, these places like states, you know, if New York is screwing everyone over, they just go to Florida. You know, if England is too, you know, inhospitable, these are wealthy people. They just pick it up and go down to Italy. They go to southern France. They go wherever they want. You know, there's so many awesome places on this planet where you can live a wonderful life. And it could be Asia. It could be the Middle East. A lot of people are going to Dubai.
Come on down to Texas. A lot of people go to
Texas,
man, you know,
yeah,
Florida.
A lot of people go to Texas. Absolutely. And real estate's still pretty reasonable out there. I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
Compared to California.
I think, you know, they hate Trump for this very reason more than anything. And I've been saying that over and over and over again. I mean, if he did nothing else other than just work on building the prosperity of Americans and attempting to bring the prosperity of the world up as well, which he's actually doing on top of that, that's what they hate the most, because you can't micromanage for sure, you know, people that are self-sufficient, that are independent. You have to basically, in order to manipulate and control people, you have to bring them to their knees so that they're dependent upon the state, which is the goal of the globalist leftist agenda, right? They want to bring everybody down, and then they introduce their, I just keep saying it over and over again because you're going to hear it more and more often, that chump change basic universal income. They're not going to let that die. But look, how can they push it if everybody's prospering and everybody's doing well and there's plenty of food? I mean, look, now the UK is going to be taking our food. That'll probably drive food prices down in the UK as well.
Australia is taking our beef too now, I saw, which is, you know, great. Like another market for us to sell into. And, you know, this tariff deal that he put together with, I think, Ursula von whatever, the head of the EU, unelected, you know what I mean? That's why no one knows her name, because she was just appointed. Like it's totally unelected head of the European Union.
Tyrant. She's a tyrant.
Yeah, but she succumbed. She bent the knee and signed a deal that is really beneficial for the United States and is going to be just phenomenal gangbuster for the U.S. markets. It really is just a phenomenal deal. He's cutting these things all over the place with every country. And what it is they look like they're such amazing deals, but it's just the old deals were so bad that we're just walking up and saying, hey, man, give us a fair deal. And they're like, yeah, all right, well, what's that? Like, well, you know, how about no tariffs on either? We just trade with each other. Right? And that's the starting point. Like, that's where it should be. What do you want to take it from there? And so we get these different levels, and, you know, gas, and they have $750 billion worth of energy they're going to purchase from us over the next so many years, and on. It's beautiful stuff. And it's showing itself. It's manifesting in the stock market. It's manifesting in the U.S. economy. And it's manifesting all over the place. It's coming real. We just saw GDP growth today targeted at 3% annually. okay, for the second quarter.
Mhm.
So, 3% growth is great. We were just treading along, barely treading water under Biden. Some up, some down, mostly just flat. I mean, no economic growth for 4 years. Now, boom, on our way to 3% already in 6 months of this administration. Wait till all those foreign investments start kicking in. Wait till the tariffs start kicking in and all that new revenue starts coming into the United States.
Mhm.
It's going to be gangbuster, folks. And yet, the FOMC meeting today with Jerome Powell happened, and they didn't cut rates yet again. And so Trump is, at wit's end. Why won't you guys cut rates? If it were me, I would have cut rates a full point today. They're at 4.5, 4.5.
Cutting rates all over the place, man.
Yeah,
all over the place. So why isn't the Federal Reserve doing it here in America? Why? I got an answer.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, doesn't it make sense why they have been giving us unfair deals for the longest time? Because they want to weaken America. Because if America is strong and prosperous, and the whole world sees us as this great beacon of light, of prosperity and hope and optimism, and people go, I want that for my country. I want that for this nation, and they can't allow that to happen because they can't control nations that are prosperous. You just can't do it. It's impossible.
Before, their excuse for not, lowering rates was that they were afraid the tariffs were going to cause more inflation. But now we're seeing that's not happening in any way, shape, or form. So their new excuse now is that, well, the economy could be taking off too fast. And if it does, then that could cause, all kinds of issues with inflation.
Heaven forbid it take off fast.
Yeah. They're just being... they're being jerks because think about it, folks. If they cut the federal funds rate from 4.5%, say 4%, down to say 2%, those are your mortgage rates cut in half. This is auto loans, all these different things where the rates of borrowing money are set by the Fed suddenly start coming down, and that home is suddenly within reach if you can pay a 4 or 5% mortgage on it versus a 8 or 9% mortgage on it. 8 or 9, forget about it. You can't afford that house. 4 or 5, maybe you can afford that house. It's a big deal.
Yeah, and Trump's done a great job cornering these globalists to where, they're being seen on national worldwide television, I should say, and if they go against giving the power back to the people and prosperity back to the people and common sense, policies, then they'll look terrible. It's almost like they don't have a choice. I mean, I'm 100% confident that all these globalists hate having to bend the knee and kiss the ring of Trump. I truly believe they hate it, but they're put in a corner. They have no other choice. They'll look really bad, worse than they already look now.
Well, and that's like you just said, they can't let him succeed because if they see him succeed, if everybody in the world watches what it takes to actually be successful, you realize it's really simple, man. Control your borders, right? Cut fair trade deals, get rid of regulations, open up the economy, drill, baby, drill. It's just a handful of really obvious things that if you just do those, then that's half the battle right there. There's a bunch of other stuff you can do to, make it even better and better and better, but you just stick with those few things right there and life gets better, Deport people who are killing, who are murderers and rapists and pedophiles. Deport those people. Get them out of here, This video went viral the other day showing these two girls who got caught shoplifting, red-handed. All the merchandise in the car, they both had the little devices to get rid of the security things on clothing, those little beeper things that set off the alarms.
Yep.
Red-handed. They're sitting in the back of the car and they're suddenly realizing that they're about to be deported. Like, no, you can't, no, you're not going to go home. You're not going to get bail. You're going to go, we're going to process you. And then Department of Homeland Security is going to come pick you up and take you off, and you're going to be deported back to Colombia or wherever you came from. And it was just a shocking realization then that, holy crap, we got caught. We're actually going to get kicked out. Like, what? But, you girls were shoplifting, caught red-handed, get warrants out for your arrest. You've been doing this all over Florida. Goodbye. You may not be a rapist or a murderer, but you're a thief nonetheless. And you came here to abuse America, not to take advantage of the wonderful opportunities we can give you as a country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was Trump who said many times, he said MAGA, he said, I don't really see MAGA as, Republican or conservative. And he said this multiple times. He said, I see MAGA as the common sense party.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of sums it up. I mean, just common sense, practice common sense, and you'll have success.
Exactly. Just common sense, man. The government can't control every aspect of your life. You can't let it, and it can't do it. If you let it do it, it'll try to do it, and when it does it, it'll suck at it.
It'll wreck your life. Exactly.
Exactly. We'll all have miserably equal lives, or equally miserable lives.
Equal, yeah, exactly, for sure.
So yeah, it's just bringing everyone down to the same level, so we all live in the same pods. I mean, Zohan Madmani in New York, he's talked about this stuff. What it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Bring everyone down, get rid of the police, install all the, systems where everyone can live equally and there's no, classes or anything. Meanwhile, he went off to, Uganda and had this palatial mansion, a private wedding with security and cell phone jammers and all kinds of stuff that, only the elite get to access to.
Have you noticed that all these people that push this, communist utopia, or socialist Marxist agenda, they all live high on the hog. So it's not for them, the leveling down is not for them. They get to live in their ivory towers, man, and look down on us and have the best of organic beef while we will be eating the fake meat or the vegetable beef, whatever it is that they want us to eat, because we can't eat cows because cows fart, and that's methane, and that ruins the whole carbon footprint scenario. So they're never going to apply it to themselves, and because it's not about making the world better, it's about making their world better and our world worse. That's why I've coined the phrase, their utopia is our dystopia.
Yeah. We all talk about eugenics, and how horrible that is. How eugenics, like going out of your way to try to formulate who can have kids and who can't, to shape the world going forward. And Margaret Sanger's the most successful eugenics person in all of history with their creation of Planned Parenthood. It just is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most racist policies in the world, one of the most racist women who ever walked the planet, created Planned Parenthood to keep down the black population. And guess what? It has worked. It's worked amazing. I mean, the black population might be twice as big as they are today in America had Margaret Sanger not come along and put together Planned Parenthood. Think about that. It's shocking stuff. But anyway, back onto the economy. 2 days ago, Elizabeth Warren came out and warned everybody in the world, everyone in America, what's going to happen with Trump and the policies and tariffs and everything. Just listen to this fearmonger.
Comes in and basically starts the dumbest trade war in the history of this country. This is going to be about potentially millions of people losing their jobs. It's going to be about millions of people losing their savings, many of people losing their retirement security, and at the same time taking on even higher costs for everything they buy. So that's going to push us in potentially to foreclosures or people being pushed out of their apartments. I remember this from 2008 and how long it took us to dig our way out. And to this day, there are families, there are communities that still haven't recovered. Recessions can be all those fancy charts and graphs, but at the end of the day, people feel them one person at a time, and they can be devastating.
Oh, my Lord. How horrible is that, right?
Yeah, she sounds so disingenuous, too. I was listening to Cory Booker talking again. He was ranting about something just recently. And I mean, he had that same tone that Biden had when he would yell and scream. It was fake. It was disingenuous. It's like they're fake activists. That's the best way I can describe them.
Yeah. CNBC had something to say about that. Here, listen to Rick Santelli and I forget the other guy's name.
The left and people that don't like the president and don't want things to work. And like Senator Elizabeth Warren will come on and say, inflation's out of control and the economy is getting killed by what's happening by these tariffs. This 3% with the market at new highs, and really we haven't seen inflation, go up back to 3%. Maybe it will this week. Maybe we'll see it. But none of these horrible things have happened, but they still talk like it's happening. It's amazing. Well, there's an important lesson there.
don't pick a congressman to be your money manager. That's what I would say. But in the end, Congress has their own reasons to point out certain things. And the Democrats, of course, as you pointed out, really don't want to see the current administration have some success. But there's no doubt that this is some success. We're seeing more horsepower. We're seeing better equities. Inflation really hasn't changed much in the last year or so.
Yeah. So
Good point.
they're literally making fun of you. I mean, they're out there making fun of you, calling you out by name, saying you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, they're just making up their own reality. It's insane. I would say don't listen to people who are kind of trapped in their own delusions and disconnect from reality. And that is a lot of leftists, man, because they have no argument. They have no rebuttal. So they just make something up. And then most people on the left, a big percentage of them at least, have no clue what's really happening. So they just go, I just heard Elizabeth Warren and she was saying this, and that, but none of it's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. I watched The View today, and they told me all these horrible things about Trump. So I must believe them. But that's the problem. We talk about it all the time, folks. Cut the cable. Get rid of cable television, please. Why are you paying so much money for something that just lies to you all the time?
Yes.
I mean, I get it. You like your sports, but you're paying ridiculous amounts of money to just go at this point. If you got rid of cable, you could probably buy home tickets to every, football game next season with the money you save paying for cable. Yeah. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
Well, all this talk having
the NFL Pass, there's MLB Pass, there's all kinds of ways to get this stuff through your devices, through your tablets, into your TVs and your smartphone, televisions and whatnot, and watch it all on your 60, inch TV and never notice a difference other than now you just don't see commercials. That's the biggest difference between them. Like, I haven't watched a commercial in years.
Yeah, commercials are the worst, man. That's worse. It's maybe worse than the programming, but that's just my opinion. I started that like 20 years ago, where when I had a TV, and I actually watched like regular TV, I would just hit the mute button during the commercials because it just made me feel uneasy. And then I looked up on the internet and found that it was something that a lot of people suffer from. It wasn't just me. So I felt, oh, okay, this is kind of a normal thing where the commercials really annoy people so much. But you know what all this talk reminds me of? It reminds me of when we played that video of Don Lemon confronting that guy. Well, Axios said this, Bloomberg said this, the Washington Post said this, blah, blah, blah said this. And he's like, yeah. And we don't believe any of it. Remember? That was like kind of, that was like a pivotal moment, like where because that video went viral, dude. Everybody saw that video. Yeah. And so that was sort of an eye-opening moment for people that had never really, come in contact with.
Why did so many people vote for President Trump this year? He's a 34-time convicted felon. Why did 70 million people vote for him? Because they don't believe the garbage news. They saw right through it. So on that note, folks, we've got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
Do we got 10-minute break now? Because I can get some lime water.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, but we're going to go to a different room?
Well,
correct.
I'll bring that up here in a couple.
We'll just
couple minutes.
We'll log out in a few minutes, and then you'll bring us back in.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back, man. Hold the fort down.
Yeah.
All right. All righty then.
Oh, good job in the first hour.
Yeah, we're doing it. We're getting it done.
Trying to find. Oh, there it is.
I got a game for you. Which is warmer right now? Istanbul or London? Or
Turkey,
Auckland?
somewhere in Turkey and London. Probably in London.
No, but they're about the same.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I just
70
figured
and
because of
74.
pollution, and you know, the cloud seeding that they're doing over London and that with Project Satan, that it would be hotter there, you know.
Yeah. No, it's a balmy 70 degrees at midnight over there, so having a nice night. That's a nice temperature to be out at the pub.
Yeah.
Sitting out in the garden.
Yeah, if I can't get the next group to go, come back to this one, okay?
Well, just call me.
Yeah,
We can always do.
you'll see.
Okay.
In another minute, you can hang up.
Alrighty then. Oh.
All right, if you want to hang up now, guys.
All right, hanging up.
Go ahead and hang up. Let me know when you're. Don't go into the other room until I get you in there, okay? Barry. CS, you're still in there. Okay, I guess I'll just end this one. End that meeting. And start the new one. All right. Figures. What in the world? No. Hello.
Hey.
Looks like that other meeting didn't work out, so. Yeah.
So I was noticing Auckland is 58 degrees right now and rainy, but it's 11 a.m., 58 degrees and raining, but it's the dead of winter for them. That's actually not bad.
Yeah.
Yep. That'd be nice.
You know what I mean?
That's cool. You know, just maybe throw on a jacket.
Yeah, I mean, like the middle of winter, 58 degrees. That's not bad at all.
Sitting down for a minute.
That's right.
Barry's a stand-up guy.
At least for the show, I am. Like, as in literally.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
I used to sit down. I don't know. I just probably do too much sitting down, so I decided to stand. Sometimes it kind of sucks standing, so take a bit of break and sit down for a couple of minutes, but it just works better.
Yeah. When I worked as a broker, I would always stand up when I had a client on the line.
Yeah. Reminds me of Tom Cruise when he was in that movie with Dustin Hoffman, Rain Man, and he was always selling the cars, and he had that headset on. He was always walking around, you know, never sitting down, making that sell, hustling it.
Yeah. I mean, if I was talking to a client I had for a year, I would sit down and talk to him, you know, but if like I was trying to make a sale, like trying to get somebody's attention, I would always be standing up. It comes through the phone, man. It all comes through the phone.
Yeah.
That energy level.
Yeah.
The smile on your face. The smile on your face goes through that phone. They can pick up on that.
Just like they can pick up on our energy, man. Our positive energy. It's just oozing out, man. It's coming through the waves.
Mm-hmm. Hot damn.
You know it, man.
So So I found a little tiny letter A on the floor today. And it's driving me crazy what it fell off of. You know? Because it fell off like a shirt or something. I don't know what, but it's like...
It's a sign, man. It's a sign that, you know, you're given your A performance as of late. Probably just your genes. You just probably got good genes, man. You know what I mean? It's probably what it is.
We've got that story coming up, actually.
Left sure is losing their marbles on that one. That's for sure.
Right? Of all the hills to die on.
It's so ridiculous, dude.
And if American Eagle's smart, they would have already have in the can like 5 more of like one with the Chinese girl, one with the black girl. You know, they like and just start releasing those day after day.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're like, I have good genes. Oh, an Asian girl saying she has good genes. That's racist.
Yeah. To it, man. I don't even really pay attention anymore. It's so it's like they're like a distant thunder. You know what I'm saying? It's getting less and less. Like their storm that they've created is fading off like a storm in the distance. It just, I don't know. I feel sorry for them. I mean, you know, obviously they put their heart and soul into all their fake causes and everything, but finally it's caught up with them. What I mean, it's kind of sad to think that they would fight for stuff that just doesn't even mean anything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just nuts that they, and maybe I do think some of them believe it though. You know, I think they have to almost, wouldn't they? I mean, I know some of it's Trump derangement and some people just want to see everything burnt to the ground. I get that. That's what I think a lot of it is. But some of these people literally have to believe this stuff. Because you look at these videos on X and you see, I mean, they're very, very passionate about it. You know, it's like it's the end of the world to these people.
Yep.
But I feel just fine.
Revenge of the Nerds.
I feel fine. It's the end of the world, but as we know it. But I feel fine. I most certainly do.
I bet you do.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, me saying I feel fine probably is, you know, some sort of white supremacy privilege. Oh, you think you're fine, huh? You think you're hot. Oh, that's white supremacy. No, I didn't mean fine like that. I meant I feel fine as in good. I feel good. No, that's not what you meant. You're a racist turd pig. What are you saying, man? Okay, I'll just not say anything. How's that? That make you happy?
That works. Calm down, Barry.
What was it? That one guy.
Calm down, Barry. I know those. I know those chemicals from the air that's been sprayed over your area have got to be getting to you eventually. Anyways, 30 seconds.
Less of it ever since the middle of this month, though. They've cut back a lot.
I don't know, man. They're just flying further south, probably, because I've been getting hit by them, it seems.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. But here in Oklahoma, they've cut back a little bit.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show with your host, Censorship Sucks. You can find me, folks, at minds.com/censorshipsucks. I put up all the articles that I go through during each show up in advance over there. So if you log in and take a look at my feed, you'll know what we're going to talk about each week. And while we're live on the air, you can go over there and pull them up for yourself and look through them and see my sources and all that good stuff. So if you have any questions about what I'm saying, what I'm doing, that's where you can verify it all. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
Just ready for the second hour, man. Getting stoked about it, actually.
You ready to do this, man?
Let's do it. Let's
do
it.
We've been talking about for years Act Blue. Act Blue is one of the biggest fundraising organizations for the left. Billions of dollars go through Act Blue, and they siphon it back out to different, campaigns, to NGO, to you name it. To all different things that the left raises money. A lot of it goes through what's called Act Blue. They were caught by O'Keefe having all kinds of shady business dealings where, little old ladies on Social Security were donating $20,000 a year in, $1,020 denominations over the course of a year. So they would have us believe that this little old lady 3 times a day logged on to ActBlue to donate $20, 3 times a day, every day for a year, totaling, 20 whatever $1,000 it came out to. Or on and on and on. I mean, that's really the gist of it. Somebody donates once and then they use that name over and over and over to allegedly launder different money from God knows what into the legal coffers so they can say it's clean money, and then hand it out to, AOC or whoever else is willing to get that money, to take that money, which is pretty much everybody on the left. So, Barry, we've been talking about this for a long time, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You've been really hammering it hard. So
exactly. Because I've seen this stuff for years. This goes back to the Obama days when ActBlue was caught in the act of not requiring the little 4-digit number on the back of your credit card, when you got to roll it over and you get that little digits. They were allowing people to donate to the site without those digits, which meant that anybody could go to Walmart, get a credit card, punch in the numbers. They don't have the CVR or whatever the number is on the back. And so it was just an open gate for foreign money to come in for all kinds of shady stuff. Now, Arizona Senator Mark Fincham, he's the executive director of the Election Fairness Institute, went to he shared evidence with Unleashed.news and the Gateway Pundit. Suspicious property transactions totaling in the billions are now under review, with the trail pointing directly to top ActBlue leadership, its donor network, and a web of compliance. I'm sorry, accomplices. My bad. In the years-long investigation, Fincham's team, along with whistleblower Sean Taylor, have uncovered patterns of multiple same-day property transfers where values were inflated by as much as 100 times the original sale amount within hours. The evidence is staggering. Why am I stumbling so hard here? I'm sorry, folks. Property sale histories pulled from LexisNexis, one of the most trusted top-tier real estate and public records platform, widely regarded as the gold standard in aggregating property deeds. Yada yada is their source for all this information. What we're seeing, a quote from Mark. Sorry, this is a quote from Senator Fincham. Quote, what we're seeing looks like the motherlode of all money laundering schemes, said Mark Fincham. It's so vast that it touches everything: political slush funds, cartel money, human trafficking proceeds, and possibly even CCP, Communist China, cash being funneled into the U.S. There are just too many of these 100% same-day spike transactions for this to be dismissed as a simple error. When the numbers jumps by a factor of 100 in a matter of hours across multiple properties and states, it points to something deliberate and systematic. So, folks, this is just more evidence of them just funneling money, right? They take a house, they buy a house for, I don't know, $100,000. They say 100 times value, so they sell it for, what, $1 million, $10 million to some unknown other person, get that money, and now it's in the coffers? They say, what did I do? I just bought a house and sold it for profit. But no, it turns out maybe the CCP or drug cartels are the ones on the other end buying those homes for hugely inflated values to make all kinds of dirty money.
Right there, the hugely inflated, like what he was saying, like 100 times or something. I mean, that's quite a profit if you're flipping a house. Trust me, I know a lot of people that flip houses personally, and you don't make 100 times. You don't even make 10 times.
And they're saying real estate, so it could just be raw land. It could be like a $10,000 property of 10 acres out in the middle of the desert somewhere, right?
Yeah, but essentially they're flipping it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it could also be homes. It could be, it could be bigger money, and who knows? I mean, but this is kind of red-handed sort of stuff.
Well, look, man, they're going to be looking into stuff for years past the Trump administration. I mean, the corruption runs so deep. There's so many rabbit holes. And we talked about that last week on the program. We were talking about, well, I mean, the Russia collusion's just the beginning. We've got the 2020 election, fraud that was going on. We got the 2016 election, nonsense and fraud that was going on as well. We've got Epstein, we've got Diddy, we've got just all kinds of other shady shenanigans that the corrupt establishment, mostly leftist leaning, but sometimes on the right as well. And man, all that stuff is just coming out because this is a season of great disclosure. So imagine it's just going to be one thing after another. There's going to be prosecutions going on for years to come. No doubt about it.
Yeah. And we're just starting to peel this onion apart,
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, they've got a lot of billionaires out there supporting the left, but really, who else is out there cutting checks to them?
It could be other nations.
Yeah, it's a lot of the shady money that's just coming from overseas. When we talk about Russia wanting Trump to be the president, and when we start looking at the details, well, they had all kinds of dirt on Hillary, and they probably really wanted her to win. So the whole Russiagate scandal was, debunked to begin with because they would have been way better off with Hillary.
Yep. That's their own work, right? That's what's come out from Kash Patel and others, that they knew that, they probably wanted Hillary because they had a little bit on her and they could use that as leverage.
Mm-hmm. They wanted Joe Biden because they had charisma. They had him. The former mayor of Moscow's wife gave Hunter Biden, like $1 million or something? Remember that story?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes on and on. The connections to China and Russia were much, much deeper with Biden than they ever are with Trump.
I mean, if you want to make a whole lot of money, though, then you go international, man, with your money laundering and your fraud, your waste, your corruption, right? Mm-hmm. Think about it.
Oh, yeah.
You want to go wherever the money's at.
Exactly. And that's, it's charisma. It's all these foreign nations. It's, charities, non-for-profit, man. You want to make money? Start a non-for-profit.
Yeah.
Look at the Hillary Clinton Foundation or the Bill and Hillary Foundation. What a scam.
What's sad, it really hits the people the most and in different ways as well, especially when it's like, someone posing as a charity, right? Because the people that need it the most never get it. But then it costs us in other ways as well. So it never ends. People go, let them do their little corrupt deals. You can't stop it. No, it hurts everybody, dude. It's impacting the world. And then once they think they can get away with it, they escalate it, man. They take it to the next level. And next thing you know, man, we're living under their thumb.
Exactly. You let them, give them an inch, they take a mile. It's always the way.
Yeah, we talked about that. Remember during the shamdemic? Anytime we gave them an inch, they took 10 miles, dude. That's what you did for, you said, okay, I'll wear one mask. And the next thing you know, they're telling you to wear two. And then you said, okay, I'll wear two masks. Next thing you know, they're saying, yes, 3 and then 4.
5.
And people were wearing them in the swimming pool. They were wearing them when they were running. Do you not see where this all leads? And I'm not just like saying this because it sounds cool. No, that's just the facts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, unrelated, but it just came up recently, is Kamala Harris announced she's not running for the governor of California.
Sounds like she's running for president.
Well, or her polling is so bad that she's just not going to put her toe out there because she knows, it'll only make her look bad.
I think
what I'm saying?
Will Smith, would be a great ticket. They could just go on the word salad tour.
She did some event out there recently and no one showed up. It just nobody. And I bet her internals are so bad that she knows if she tries to put her foot in the water for the California governor, it'll forever ruin any chance she has of national politics again. Because she will come out at 1%, like she did the last time she ran for president. And in California, she couldn't get 2%. And so she dropped out of the race and then became the vice president.
Yes. Well, here's what's happening with the left. And we know this, just listening to Cory Booker just give his rant just from the other day or whatever it was. He was talking about how the left itself, the Democrats, how they're rolling over, he said, and how, they're letting Trump do all these things. And some of them are actually supporting it. And, they're defeated and they know it. And so now they're in the desperate ranting mode, begging and pleading to please resist. But they're losing ground by the day because, like you said, it's the 80-20 thing, dude. Trump's being liked, and even people that didn't like him are liking him. Well, I like him on this and I like him on that, but I still am not too sure about this other stuff yet. But he's winning people over slowly but surely. Now, granted, some of the independents have kind of, moved away from him, according to a Rasmussen poll, but that's probably temporary because of the Epstein thing. And now we see the Epstein thing turning in our favor. So I think those people will come back.
Yeah, it's getting there, man. We're starting to see some daylight here as far as the apocalypse. Like you said before, there was hope way out on the horizon. You needed, the
super telescope
to see it. Now you just need binoculars to see it. Pretty soon, you just need to
your eyesight.
Pull your glasses up and kind of, wiggle them around a little.
Exactly.
Squint.
Oh yeah. And that's good for the morale. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, dude, we have just been beaten down like you would not believe. And so to really have come out to where we are now, we've come so far, man. I mean, I just hand it to everybody that's been in there in the fight, that's fought this thing peacefully, and it's just been relentless and not giving up and never throwing away never throwing in the towel or giving up their hope. This is to you. I celebrate your fight, and the victory is coming.
Never give up.
Never!
Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah. Oh, that was so good, man. That pretty much started the whole thing. I mean, we talked about that. That was one of the big, that was one turning of the tide. There'll be many more turnings of the tide, but that was one of them. And we've talked about that. And of course, Robert Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and all of those people that sort of Elon Musk, the Democrats, that was a big turning point. I mean, we're having victory after victory, and yet there's still so many skeptics out there. It's very disappointing to see the people that they got used to losing so much that they're extremely cynical. And it's okay to be a little cynical, but don't be extremely cynical, because then you don't do anything to fight back, and then you're no good for anything.
Yeah, and we got our team in office doing its thing. I mean, they're doing it.
They're doing it.
There's no denying it. It's happening, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. We're finally starting to see this come together. As an example, a Senate committee just passed the Pelosi Act, right? So now it can go to the floor.
The Pelosi Act?
The Pelosi Act, which is it bans stock trading among those in Congress as well as the president and vice president.
Okay. Okay. When you said Pelosi Act, I thought it was like something that she came up with, but it's actually, it's against her, right?
They named it after her to
honor
to poke her in the eye
for shenanigans. Yes.
Yeah. One of the things that, if I'm not mistaken, they had to do was rename it for it to pass because they didn't want it was too insulting.
Oh darn.
And but here's the kicker, man. It passed 8-7 with all Republicans voting against it, except for Hawley. Yeah.
Except for who?
Hawley. Josh Hawley.
Yeah.
Hawley. Yeah.
Well, see, we talked about that, man. Some of these rhinos, man, they may not be like super duper as corrupt as the left is, but they're into the shenanigans and the benefits, man, more than they are in serving. That makes them not good, in my opinion.
It's strange. That I would think it would be a Republican issue, not and all the Democrats would vote against it, but it just goes to show you, man. Either way, it's going to the floor, and I hope this is bipartisan. I really hope that, all the people put their money where their mouth is and say enough is enough. The people, this is an 80-20 issue, man. This is an 80-20 issue. If I've seen one, it's a 90-10 issue, man. Every American out there says this is crap, that you guys go into the office and you leave with tens of millions of dollars. It's garbage. It's garbage. If you're going to Congress or Senate to make tens of millions of dollars, go home. We don't want you there. You're not looking out for the people. You're looking out for yourself. And that's why the country is on the wrong track so hard. It should be illegal for them to make any more than what they make. I want to see everyone get a full audit every single year in the House and the Senate. And if you make any money above and beyond your salary, you have to explain it, and it better not have anything to do with any influence or anything. I mean, if you mowed your neighbor's lawn, fine, but if some rich lawyer gave you $100,000 to, maybe you help him on some advice on something, but really it's all about this bill they're trying to get passed. No, gone. You cannot do that. I want that all illegal.
I don't disagree with you on that, man. And Trump said today, or yesterday, it was one of the days, he said that Pelosi needs to be investigated. into inside trading. So that may happen as well. You know, we're talking about all these different investigations. Man, they're going to have to hire new staff to work on all the investigations. I mean,
Yeah.
how many investigations can they have going at one time? Because there's just the need for so many.
And I love it. It's just a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, I mean, there should be two types of people in Congress: those that have already made their money and those who haven't made it yet. Like somebody like an AOC should go in there and say, "Wow, I'm making $200,000 a year. I was making $40,000 last year as a bartender. I'm rich," right?
You'd think.
And then she can spend 6 years in the House, and that's $1.2 million after 6 years. Like, she should be rich. She should walk out of there with $500,000 in the bank and be like, "I'm ready to go. I can start a business. I can do anything I want." I got rich serving in the House at $200,000 a year for 6 years.
Yeah.
But no, she got that first check and she said, "Oh my God, it's horrible. I can't even make ends meet. How am I going to live here? How am I going to keep 2 homes, one in New York and one down here, and fly first class between here, 3 times a week? How can I afford to do that?"
Oh, yeah, kind of like Angel Reese from the WNBA was talking about how she can't live off her salary and all of her endorsements and everything else. I'm like, really? Well, I live off of way less than that.
And I'll tell you, man, go play in the NBA. If you want the big money, play in the NBA. Go try out for the Bulls. If you make the team, they'll cut you a huge check. But guess what? You'll never make the team.
That's right.
Kind of how it works.
Yeah, leftist mentality. They want something for nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? We just deserve it because, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Need to get paid as much, even though we don't sell as many tickets and we don't generate as much revenue. You still need to pay us as much. Well, why?
Yeah. Well, fill the stands, man. Fill the stands. Get people to get butts and seats. If you get butts and seats,
like trying to destroy Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And that kind of ticks people off when they see that.
Exactly.
After because she's white and she's good, and so you're attacking her. That's ridiculous, dude. That's racist.
Plus, I've seen, we've all seen these things, like in the playoffs, like the number 2 and 4 seed were playing, and it's like air ball after like missed pass.
Oh, I've seen those videos, dude. I mean, some of these pro teams are not that good at all, and you just see them throw. And it's like watching 6th grade boys basketball.
Yeah, like they run up to do a layup, and it's an air ball. Right? It doesn't even hit the rim.
They do have some women that are incredibly great, and probably some teams that are really stellar, but then there's there's some that are not that great. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of embarrassing because I've watched those videos on X, man. And you see that sometimes in the pro leagues, but not often.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I'm not putting them down. I'm just saying that, like, if you took the top WNBA team and put them against like a mid-tier NCAA, team, they're going to get smoked. It's not even going to be close. You know what I mean?
Right.
But anyway, folks, on that note, it's time to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We're on every Wednesday night at 6 o'clock p.m. and on every Sunday night at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time as well for 2 hours. And come by on a Sunday night. You'll have a lot of fun. We really, loosen up the collar, maybe even have a beer or two, and just hang out and have a lot of fun. So come by and see us then. Otherwise, we'll be right back after this short break.
All right, we're on radio break.
Excellent.
Venus Williams said that, she would lose to most men tennis players. That was before the hashtag Me Too and the woke stuff came in. She said that, I think it was on Letterman. And she said, because he's a man, because they're stronger. I'm sure she wouldn't say that today, but she said that before.
And there was some male tennis player that came out and said the same thing, and he was like totally railed for it.
Billie Jean played some men tennis player.
Billie Jean King?
Yes, it was a big deal. I don't know if he was a professional tennis player.
That's a she.
I get that. I didn't say he.
Yeah. Though she probably anyways.
I don't remember how it went. I think the guy defeated her, but he wasn't a pro player. But I don't remember.
I thought it was someone like Chris Everett Lloyd said something like that, because she was like the really huge with tennis.
I think she went woke not too long ago. I saw, which I found to be shocking. Her and Jimmy Connors kind of had a thing for a while. I don't know if it was just an affair or they dated. I can't remember.
No,
the whole
they did. They used to do doubles. They were tops of their sport, and then when they did doubles, they were the tops of their sport too. Together, they worked great together. Yeah.
Billie Jean King played Bobby Riggs in a highly publicized and controversial tennis match known as the Battle of the Sexes on September 20th of 1973. Should not have been like 8 years old, man. Yeah. Bobby Riggs was a former #1 male tennis player and self-proclaimed chauvinist who claimed that even at the age of 55 he could beat any top female player. Billie Jean accepted his challenge to defend the women's tennis. The result was King defeated Riggs in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3, 6-3 in front of 30,000 fans in Houston Astrodome and an estimated 90 million TV viewers worldwide. That is a big viewership for back then. 90 million? Uh-huh. That's huge, dude. But apparently he lost, so there you go.
He lost.
He did. 6-4, 6-3, 6-3.
Yeah.
Roger
says, against an old man,
oh,
that's
she kicked
a
his
shame.
butt. I didn't know that.
And guess who's listening to us on Facebook? Sonia.
Roger, what did he say?
Hey, Sonia.
Sonia's
what was the comment?
to us on Facebook. She must, if she's listening to us there, she's probably using her phone.
The match became a cultural moment in the women's liberation movement and helped boost the credibility and popularity of women's sports and brought us to what we have today, wokeness. I added that last part.
The death of society.
The end of it all, folks. It all started with the Billie Jean Bobby Riggs tennis match. I'm telling you. I'm gonna start a new conspiracy. Let that be it, dude. Get the left hating on me, you know what I'm saying? Let it go viral, as if I could control what goes viral and what doesn't.
I could make a joke
DK
there,
Spiracy is restreaming us as well tonight.
Nice. Thank you.
Both of you.
What did you say Roger said? He commented. I missed it. What did he say?
Oh, I have to go back. Hold on here.
I think he called you a bigot.
Oh, yeah. He said they all look good in skirts, though. Well, and he goes, against an old man, a shame. 30 seconds.
I wouldn't say Billie Jean King was one of those women that looked good in a skirt, but...
And here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show for July 30th, 2025. Almost getting into August, man. Can't believe it.
Yeah. I mean, what, another day or two? Something like that.
It's going by quick, man. Summer's going by quick. I don't look forward to it.
Summertime.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, honestly, this spring, I felt like it was fall. Because I'm just so confused. Like, I knew the season was changing, but it felt more like fall because I just went through, like, a summer. But it's not. It's like, I don't know. It gets to you after a while when you don't have seasons.
Yeah, it gets kind of blurry. It's just a big blur.
So let's see. Let's go over to Scott Jennings here. He was on the Patrick David Bet podcast, and he had this to say.
Democrats, because of the Biden presidency, because they lied about Joe Biden's condition, because they lied to the country about the inflationary impacts of his policies, have dug themselves the deepest hole they've ever been in the history of their party. That's number one. Number two, cultural radicalism. I mean, when the hills you're willing to die on are boys and girls sports, paying for transgender surgeries of inmates, which Kamala Harris had in the last election. When you're willing to die on these hills, when you're willing to go and say Maryland man unfairly deported back to his home country. I mean, when you're willing to die on all these 80-20 hills, eventually your approval rating will wind up, I'm no mathematician, but around 20.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting there. And so this hole they've dug themselves in, like if I can't trust you not to put a boy in my daughter's locker room, why would I talk to you about taxation policy or inflation or tariffs or anything else? You're trying to put a boy in my girl's locker room.
That's right.
Why?
It's nice to hear him talk without being interrupted every 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because then he gets the whole statement out. He gets to make his whole point clear and lucid.
Mm-hmm. And it's an 80-20 thing. We talk about it all the time. I might have even coined that on the show like months ago.
You say it many times.
Yeah. And I don't know, man. They're just ready to die on all these crazy hills when they're as guilty as sin.
How could he trust you on financial stuff or the economy or anything else if you're that deranged? You know what I'm saying? About things that, you shouldn't even be thinking about. Those, your policies are not just bad, they're insane. So that tells you like a little bit about the person's character, and if not their character, about their mental disposition, which is not good, man. I would not want anybody that thinks like that ruling the country. And we saw what happened when someone was like that and ruled the country, and they basically tanked it almost completely. That's why Trump's having such a difficult time bringing it up, is because it went to an all-time low, just millimeters before completely collapsing kind of thing.
Yeah. And again, we say it all the time, but just imagine where we'd be at right now had Kamala Harris taken that election.
She would have finished.
I don't say win, I say taken.
Yeah, she would have finished the job, man, which is what Biden's slogan was, what was the job he was doing? Ruining everything. He was tanking everything. So if he's going to finish the job that he started, that means he's going to finish the tanking of America.
Yeah.
It just total sense. Makes complete and total sense.
Mm-hmm.
Not rocket
but we just dodged a bullet with that one. And honestly, look at all of the drill baby drill. That stuff isn't even in the pipeline yet, It's not even the pipeline. All the trillions of dollars that Trump has got earmarks from different countries to invest in the United States for the trade deals, none of that has even started yet. Or maybe some of it has, but that's trickling in.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a year. And a year from now, this country is going to be so prosperous. And yet, a year from now, had Kamala won, where would we be? We'd have another Inflation Reduction Act, which would have added another, steady 12%, inflation rate. Wages stagnant. Yeah, they're talking about a $40 minimum wage because guess what? Prices are up 100%, so we suddenly need a $40 minimum wage. It would go on and on. Women in sports. Title IX, women in sports. What is a woman? The left can't even answer that simple question, what is a woman? And yet they want to sit on the Supreme Court and pretend to safeguard women's rights when they don't even know what a woman is. How are you going to defend a woman if you can't say a woman is a biological adult female?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it's kind of nutty. I saw this transgender woman on the red carpet. Something to do with Hollywood, and he was wearing a dress, had on all the makeup, and he had a low-cut dress on, and he didn't even take the time to shave his chest hair. It's just like, dude, you're trying to be a woman, but you won't even shave your chest hair, dude. I mean, what does that even say?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense, dude. I get it maybe if he didn't shave under his arms, because some European women don't shave under their arm, whatever. But, dude, he had more chest hair than, I don't know, King Kong.
King Kong has a lot of chest hair, bro.
A lot of chest hair. And it was like, I don't know what the point is of that. There's obviously some kind of a statement he's making with that, but it's definitely not feminine. I don't know any feminine women that wear dresses that have chest hair. I haven't seen any until then.
Well, I mean, there's some, I'm sure they can't help it. right? Like that hairy upper lip.
Yeah, well, they get the nair out and they nair that off. Most of them. Some of them keep it, but I would say 98% nair it off.
Mm-hmm.
If it gets too bad, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. But I mean, it just goes back to all the craziness in the party, and that's why they're at that 20%, approval level, or they're getting there quickly. They're underwater 30 points. You have a negative 30-point approval rating right now. The Democratic Party does. That's a huge number. I mean,
yeah.
Granted, the Republicans are underwater by 10, so they're not like saints or anything. They're not the loved party, but we talked about that before, because MAGA is the real driving force. If you want to really create a new party in America, call it MAGA, and everyone will understand exactly what they're going to get. And as long as that party adheres to MAGA principles, it will be very successful, because that's what people want. They don't want this craziness. They just want sanity. And it's a life, man. It's our lifetimes. We can't walk around insane, having insane policies in our lives. In reality, we live in reality. We need to govern in reality.
What's sad is all these positions of servitude, where you're supposed to serve the public in some way, has now turned out to be opportunities for people to be served.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Pelosi going in there, getting all that quote unquote alleged inside trading. That's not trading. That's not her serving the public. That's her serving herself. And that's
exactly
what in it for at that point in time is, what can I get out of this? And that is not why you serve. You serve because it's sacrificial. That's the whole purpose of serving.
Exactly. Not to get something out for yourself, but to give back to your country. It's not about going to Washington to get powerful and rich. It's about going there to serve the American people the best you possibly can. And
just
nobody seems to be there for that.
They would truly be. They would be really loved, like truly and honestly loved, by the public. They would be revered if they actually did the right thing.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a crazy, crazy world out there. Let me pull up this ad here, but it's going to take me just a second.
From parents to offspring, genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Okay, I played that twice because it's so short.
Right.
But it's only 15 seconds, but it is setting the left on fire. Sydney Sweeney doing an ad for American Eagle, wearing a beautiful pair of jeans where she sits down and says, I've got beautiful jeans. They're blue. My blue jeans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just setting everyone on the left aflame. They are freaking out. It's racist. It's Nazi. It's every bad word you can put. Fascism. You name all of it. That's what this is to them. That's what they see.
Well, it goes back to what we're saying, man. They see a different reality, a false reality. Just make stuff up in their head, and if it fits and it works for them, then they just go ahead and run with it.
Mm-hmm. Now, if this was a 400-pound black woman instead of a 120-pound, white girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, we would probably be criticizing it from the other perspective and saying, wow, look what they're doing. Look how woke they are. And what I was saying in the break, though, is that what I hope they did is they put in the bag like 5-6 of these and had girls of all different ethnicities doing the exact same ad. My jeans are blue, right? Word for word, the exact same ad, just different girls with different skin colors, and put them all out in a row. Like, as soon as they went crazy over this, then just put out another one with a black girl, then put out another one with an Indian girl, and another one with an Asian girl, and, so on and so forth, until you've covered all the demographics. And you leave all the people screaming bloody murder just looking like fools when you release one of these every week,
They actually hate white people. And a lot of these people that are complaining, most of the ones that I saw were white people complaining about white people, which is really bizarre. But I think that might happen. What you're saying might actually happen. So it wouldn't surprise me. But somehow they'd find a way to, I don't know, say it was white supremacy still. Somehow. I don't know how, but they would.
Mm-hmm. There is a white woman on here going crazy about it, but she has green hair, so she curses like every other word. So I can't play it.
That one, yeah.
But I can talk about some headlines here. Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad faces backlash for racial undertone from Yahoo. Washington Post analysis: how American Eagle's Sydney Sweeney good genes ad went wrong. The Independent: Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle campaign sparks intense criticism. NBC News: American Eagle sparks backlash for touting Sydney Sweeney's great genes. Salon.com: Sydney Sweeney's new campaign draws fire for racial undertones. You get it. It just goes on and on and on.
White people can't have good genes, I guess. Maybe. I don't know what they're saying. You know, I dare not like get inside their twisted mind, but you know, just that's what it sounds like to me is that, well, if you're white, you can't have good genes. But if you're something other than white, then yeah, you can have good genes and you can say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's I could get into it, but it's just I come off sounding horrible if I try to analyze any of this stuff. So I just don't do it because you know, it's hard to articulate common thoughts in a world where common thoughts are not common, and the left just picks up everything anyone says and turns it into racism all day, every day, 24 hours a day. Like CNN was all news all the time. Mm-hmm. The left today is just all racism all the time.
Yep, for sure, man. But I don't think it doesn't have any influence like it did, you know, before, where people were sort of walking on eggshells because they found out, oh, it's just bogus. And we don't even have systemic racism in America. Even after all that they've tried to do, we still don't have systemic racism. You know what I'm saying? So we have racism that exists. I wouldn't say that one is worse than the other. I think they're all bad when, you know, whether it's black people towards white people or white people towards black people or Asian towards black or black towards Asian or whatever. It makes no difference, but it's not systemic. It's definitely not systemic. And I've said that from day one. They wanted to make it systemic because, and it did increase a little bit on all sides because they used this as a divisive tactic. So it angered, black people, it angered white people. I didn't let it bother me because I knew what they were trying to do. I knew how they were trying to divide us and how they were trying to destroy us and keep us pitted against each other. So I've got no problem. I don't care what your color is. I don't care what your, gender. I don't care. Just if you're a likable person, I'm going to like you, man. You know, I'm like Martin Luther King said, I'm going to judge a book by the character, not by the color of your skin or anything else. If you're a good person, I'm going to acknowledge that.
Exactly. And speaking of acknowledging good people, let's move on to the next story here. The very first monument ever erected in the United States by women to honor a woman was vandalized with graffiti from Antifa the other day. Okay? This is how out of whack Antifa is. The Mary Washington Monument in Virginia was vandalized on Saturday night. The word Antifa was spray painted on it alongside with Antifa symbols, according to Washington Heritage Museum Facebook posts. Again, the very first monument in the United States ever erected by women to honor a woman. The Mary Ball Washington Memorial was graffitied. Antifa, what are you doing? The mother of George Washington is now the enemy of the people? What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Are you a little simple? Do you eat lead paint off your walls? What are you thinking? This is the most disgusting act I've ever seen, let alone from you guys. From you guys, this is a new low. And that's saying something for Antifa to reach a new low. But you've done it. You've done it. It's disgusting, man.
That one. There you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's more of that's coming. I think they're showing their true colors, man. They're reckless. I don't even think they know what they believe. They believe whatever fits their narrative at the moment, which we've talked about. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know that they're really passionate about any one thing other than just stirring things up. Like they're obsessed with the idea of being an activist more than anything. You know, they like wearing the clothes. They like going out there acting like they're rebels against the system. When in all reality, Antifa is basically a part of mechanism of the corrupt establishment. They're serving the corrupt establishment and their goals and their agenda. Tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not. You know what I'm saying? They think they're rebelling against the system when they're actually playing right into the hands of the system, which is the divide and conquer, the divide and conquer mentality.
Well, they are the brown shirts of what, you know, Hitler had his brown shirts, and Obama, Biden, they've got Antifa, right? It's no different. They are the army of the Democratic Party. They're in the enforcement wing. They're the first ones that go out and start hurling rocks at anybody who stands up against what, you know, the establishment is trying to create with the World Economic Forum behind them. Right? This new world order. Tear everything down. They are the henchmen. They are the brown shirts of today. And they're too blind to see it. They think they're freedom fighters or something. But they're...
Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's exactly what I think. That's how they see themselves. Yeah. Or maybe they just need an extra buck or two, you know, because I think a lot of them are paid provocateurs.
Yeah. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. These like hippies on the streets of Portland who do nothing for months on end but sit and throw rocks at the Capitol building can suddenly get in a bus and get enough cash together to drive all the way across the country to Minnesota and start, you know, rioting out there. No, they don't have the money to do that. I mean, a bus like that gets, what, 10 miles to the gallon, 4 miles to the gallon? Probably more like it. You know, you're going to drive 4,000 miles on, you know, it's just not going to happen. You don't have it in you.
Right, right. Well, it's probably a good payday for some people, you know, if they're used to not making anything or much of anything, you know, even though it's probably not super attractive money, it's better than what they're making. And so they're like, yeah, I'm game. I get to act like a, you know, I'm a rebel.
Mm-hmm.
Get to put on a mask and you know,
tear
things down.
We've shown, like, beyond a reasonable doubt whatsoever that there's a lot of paid protesters out there. I mean, video after video on YouTube just shows these people at the same rallies over and over and over and over. And then down there, you go to their LinkedIn and they, you know, work for these organizations, right? There was that company that brings in paid protesters to, you know, pretend to be paparazzi or whatever to bring up hype to different business ventures that you want hype brought to. They make it look like you're really popular, right? He said he turned down $20 million from someone affiliated with the left to create these types of impromptu crowds, and he refused the money. We're not going to do that one. It's too political. It's too on the nose. It's too, you know. And he seemed like a liberal, and yeah, he's even turning it down because, like, you don't come up with organic, you know, interest in a politician like that. It's the opposite. It's paid. It's astroturf. It's not grassroots. It's astroturf.
Oh, there's a lot of astroturfing going on for sure in the media, especially. Well, you know, we had many people that went on the ground and interviewed some of these Antifa thugs and so forth, and they would say, "Well, you know, what are you protesting against?" Or, you know, "What do you hate about Trump?" They couldn't give a single answer because they didn't know anything about politics. They weren't there because of politics. They were there because they got paid.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm looking at our next article here. This is really funny from Red State. Swalwell tries to challenge Greg Gutfeld for poking fun at lame gym video, embarrasses himself instead. So Swalwell went to the gym the other day and he was bench pressing. He had the camera looking down at him, and he's saying, "I'm here in the gym now because they shut down the government and yada yada yada. I wish I was working, but I'm not. So I'm just going to sit here and pump iron." And apparently Greg Gutfeld laughed at him and went off on him for how little he bench presses. And so,
ouch.
So he replied, "Here's the deal for Gutfeld. Never heard of him till he spent 8 minutes criticizing what I bench press." With a little emoji. You've never heard of Greg Gutfeld?
He's like the biggest late night guy out there, bigger than Colbert, bigger than Kamel.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, you've never heard of Greg Gutfeld and you're a representative? Honestly, that's just BS. But anyways, the deal. He continues, Eric Swalwell continues. Here's the deal. Tough guy. If tough guy benches more than me for 10 reps, I'll leave Congress. If not, he leaves Fox News. I'll give him 48 hours to accept that I'm calling him Gutless Field.
I hope he accepted the challenge.
Well, there's a little bit of a thing here. He was making fun of him because Greg Gutfeld used to be a bodybuilder.
Mm-hmm. I figured there was some catch. Like he was strong.
Yeah, they've got some images from him back in like the 90s from when he was on Men's Health magazine, and he's huge. He's got the six-pack, the big tits, the arms that are like thick as can be, you name it. He looks like, you don't see that so much today, but I bet this would be a good thing. I'd love to see him just do it live and smoke them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It'd be great, man. It would really. And would he actually step down? I mean, do you think he'd keep his word like most Democrats don't?
Honestly, in the video he does, it looks like he's bench pressing about 110 pounds. He's got a 50-pound weight on each side, one single one that I can see.
Yeah, it's all that estrogen, man. That soy, it'll do it to you, man.
Which isn't much. Can he, go 10 reps with Eric Swalwell? I'd love to see it live on TV. One of them's going to leave. The other one's going to... And honestly, Gutfield, he might just go and get hired to take Kimmel, what's his name, spot.
And then maybe RFK could challenge him, and Smallwell would say, "Hey, I'll leave the country if you can out bench press me."
No, we just want you to get fully vaccinated, all like 20 shots all at once.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody, even my greatest enemy. I'm sorry. That's so brutal. If he survived, he would be, oh man, yeah, I wouldn't even want to see what he would look like. Can't imagine 20 death jabs.
Oh God, all in like a week.
Yeah.
Just, you'd be, oh man.
That guy that was in Europe went around getting shots for people so they could have a vaccine pass. I want to know what
exactly.
Like, he can't be alive. He couldn't have survived all those shots. And if he did, what's his life like today?
Yeah, did nothing happen? I mean, is he just fine?
Well, that would be shocking, but I guess there's stranger things that have happened, if that's the case. But you never hear anything about what happened to him. There's never been a follow-up. I've never heard anything. I probably need to ask ChatGPT or Grok.
Yeah. So yeah, that's about all we got.
Give us the answer. Let us know.
That's about what I got. I've got one more thing here saying, how AOC is probably the head of the Democratic Party and the lead candidate for 2028 for presidency. And to that, I say, bring it.
Yeah, bring it, man.
Bring it.
Ready. Well,
Vance v. AOC.
I would just add one thing to what we've been saying tonight. The left is showing their true colors, man. You were talking about on the show, I believe it was on Sunday, about the beatdown of that white couple.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
And there was actually a Cincinnati city council member who was openly to the public
congratulating.
Yeah. The beatdown of these white people for no reason, And again, it shows their extreme racism that they have and their hatred. They're fueled by their hatred, man. And I really feel, more than anything, I feel sorry for these people because they're spiritually dead. They have to be. You can't live with that much hate in your heart. You just can't do it. It's not good for you.
And on that note, folks, we're all out of time. So stay tuned, because as we're going to end the Censorship Sucks radio show right here, our producer Mark has way more content coming, a couple more hours of content coming. So stay tuned to this station, and we'll be right back with more from DREAGUS Productions.
All right. Great show, guys. We got... I'll get this up and out, and I got to get Jack running here in a few minutes. So,
dude, you cracked me up, though. I almost started busting out laughing on the air because it was so funny when you said that Gutfield had the biggest tits.
Yeah, I was like, I was gonna burst in there too and say, hey, can we say tits on the air? But anyways,
man tits.
Yeah, man tits. Okay.
Chest.
Well, I will talk to you guys later on. You guys take care. All right.
All right.
Let me get Jack up and running. You guys take care, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Have a good evening.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah, when you said that, dude, that had me just. I was laughing so hard. I was just like, I don't know if I can hold this in, because when I came in, I was laughing, and I pretended like I was just laughing with you about something else. But dude, it was like it was hurting my stomach. I was laughing so hard because
I should have said pecs.
I just had a totally
All
different
right, guys.
vision of it. You know
I
what I'm
will
saying?
catch up with you later on. I'll get this up and out like I always do. All right, so
Cool, man. See ya.
catch up with you later on.
Thanks.
All right, good night.
I had this picture of this buff dude.
Stick around, folks. We got more to come. We got Jack Carey coming up here with Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. Jack's going to talk about everything from paranormal to, that's right, the web bot and all sorts of other great stuff. So stick around. Got more to come. Let me get Jack up here on the line. Hey, David, Jack, how's it going?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark. Hey, Jack. How you doing?
Pretty
Good. How are you doing, David?
I'm doing well. Been busy. Hey, Jack. I got to ask you a quick question before you get going. Hey, how are you doing on art storefronts?
What do you mean by art storefronts? What do you mean by just my art website?
Yeah, you hooked up with art storefronts. I was seeing it up on my Facebook. It's the only Jack Carey that I know, so I thought I would ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure what art storefronts is actually, if they somehow are connecting to my site. And I just have no idea, but I just launched my site on GoDaddy, so...
Oh, okay. No, I thought I'd just ask and see, because there's people on there saying they're making 6 figures in a matter of months, and I'm thinking, no way.
Yeah, maybe I should try it. I wonder what their secret sauce is.
Well, they want a lot of money up front. I did speak with a lady a couple months ago, and I said no. I said I don't have $5,000 to be putting out right now for marketing. Yeah. I could buy a lot of cigars for $5,000.
Hell yeah! There you go. Let's get some cigars. The three of us smoking cigars, doing shows. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Let's light them up now.
Well, I was just curious about it because I saw your name and I didn't really look at the artwork because I went on by and I just deleted the thing because I figured it was another promo piece, So, but anyway.
Interesting. If you come across that, man, post the link. That's interesting. I don't know. Maybe there's another Jack Carey out there in the world. That's
okay. Yeah, that could.
Well, Jack, you got 30 seconds, and we'll get you going. All right. Can't wait to see what you have for us tonight. You always have great stuff.
It's an interesting show. It's kind of a fly by the seat of our pants kind of a show because I've been getting ready for this gallery showing. But yeah.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from down in a 300-foot deep nuclear missile silo, lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And as always, I'm joined by the paranormal crime fighting duo, Miss Daisy and the Sundance Kid. High above us, believe it or not, are migrating Mongolian death worms. They are radioactive, electric, and they're looking for a good time. And I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a voice for smell-o-vision and a face for milk cartons. And tonight we are examining, an interesting, happening that's going on right now will be our main topic. It's also paranormal in the news tonight. And that's the fact that some of the smartest, at least one of the smartest scientist on the planet, a guy from Harvard named A.V. Loeb, believes that there is an interstellar craft right now on its way. It is coming to the Earth. This has been published in mainstream media. It's all over the place. I'm going to be quoting from a New York Post article tonight concerning that. It's on CBS News Boston right now. If you're in Boston, you can actually watch a story about that. But it's interesting because this is the same scientist who previously detected and notified all of us out here in the, in paranormal land and beyond. He's, this guy was a mainstreamer, is a mainstream scientist. He's trying to tell the world what's going on. And, there's all kinds of people putting up, all kinds of roadblocks and arguments and things like that instead of just listening to what might be one of the smartest scientists on the planet. And he brought to us a previous object that came, the first ever recorded from interstellar space, on a very strange trajectory. And it skimmed by the Earth. And at the time, he said that it had all of the impressions of being an alien probe of some kind. So the scenario plays out. Oumuamua, as it was called, which I think means distant traveler in the Hawaiian language, or distant messenger, something like that, came through. It was probably an alien probe. It detected that there was life on this planet. We don't know how advanced it was and what it was able to pick up, but apparently it sent a signal back to another craft, and that craft is en route. It will be here in November. All of this was predicted by the Webbot. Major hit. Bing. Major hit. And the fact that it was predicted by the Webbot means the probability of its other predictions coming true in very short order is an extremely high probability. I'll repeat that. It is an extremely high probability. It also predicted that there would be going to geopolitical excuse me, I'm having a computer issue here. But going to geopolitical front and news, it predicted that there would be a mass migration of illegal aliens from the United States back to their home countries. And it predicted this a long time ago, a couple of years ago. It predicted it before the migration crisis even really began. Another major hit. Again, shooting probability that its other predictions are extremely accurate and about to take place. So we're going to start with cyber prophecy. We've got a lot of our main topic, really it's a big melting pot. Our main topic is this incoming alien craft. At the same time, it ties in with our paranormal in the news this week and our cyber prophecies this week. The Webbot predicted that aliens and an alien craft or technology of some kind would become, would show up in mainstream media and become a big topic. And it is, if you've looked online, it is literally everywhere. Forget what the or the lack of coverage by legacy MSM like ABC and stuff like that, although CBS is running a story about it. Those are nothing but propaganda rags for the left wing of this country, and that's just the way it is. It's controlled by money that has left-wing political views in our country. And so a lot of the news coming out of those big networks just can't be trusted. In most cases, they just don't report stuff that would upset the apple cart of control that is going on this planet. But hey, that's why you listen to shows like ours. And so all of this ties into one big, pretty bow, if you will. And the fact is Lockheed Martin came out this week with a shocker of a news release. If you go in and if you just do a simple news search for Lockheed Martin, which I'm going to do right now while we're on the air, and hit news, you're going to see a lot of articles. And one of them is from Defense Connect, which is interesting. And, you know, this hit mainstream media, but it didn't make the waves that we thought it would make. But the headline that's mainly running is that the CEO of Lockheed Martin, the president and CEO of global aerospace leader, Lockheed Martin, his name is Jim Taiclet, has set tongues wagging following the company's second quarter financial results, revealing a $1.6 billion pre-tax loss. But, and this is the big but in all of this, he reveals a magical, their words, guys, not ours, a magical next generation aircraft for U.S. and international customers. Basically what they're saying is, in their press releases, they don't care that they've suffered billions in losses developing this new magical technology, because it is a complete, utter, and total game changer for the aerospace and aeronautical industry complete, you know, together. So, and who does Lockheed Martin own? Why, they own Skunk Works, and Skunk Works is who develops the craft at Area 51. Isn't that an interesting little piece of the puzzle that all fits together? And this ties together tonight because, along with talking about this new arrival, this alien that's coming, this alien craft, we're going to talk about what might be in store for that alien craft. They might be in for a little bit of shock. They might think that we're easy pickings, that we're sitting here like fish in a barrel, not realizing that the universe and its self-revealing ontological nature, which it truly is, put humanity into a position to acquire alien, non-human intelligence technology, whether that's by shooting those craft down or whether by them wandering into our radar systems early on and not realizing it would mess with their propulsion systems and they crashed. We don't know. There have been some intelligence insiders saying that, yeah, we have a type of electromagnetic pulse weapon that can bring down a UFO. I believe that's probably the case, and that we've recovered many craft, and the universe put us in that position to be able to obtain that technology. Really kind of like have you ever played a video game where there's a power up and you get powered up to the next level just instantaneously in the video game? Well, humanity apparently is going through a power up that was set in motion by the karma flow, the ontological nature of the universe, which allowed us to acquire this technology, which we're going to talk about tonight. The United States Navy is now patented, and we're going to talk about the Navy's UFO patents and all of this. But it put us in this position, and then all of a sudden, We spend decades here back engineering, weaponizing that technology. We got our own little US UFOs flying around. They're doing who knows what. And here, all of a sudden, last year before, Oumuamua comes through this alien probe that seems to have been built inside of it's almost like they took an asteroid and built technology inside the asteroid, which is a pretty smart thing to do if you're an advanced civilization. And so the probe comes through, beep, 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 life sends back a signal to the death ship. Let's call it that, because the New York Post is running an article that this may be a hostile alien craft. Their headline is that a rare interstellar object the size of Manhattan could be an a hostile alien probe, Harvard scientist. So here's the idea that the probe came through, it sent back a signal, here's your target, to a ship. That ship is en route to us, and what it's going to find when it gets here is a species, the human species, which is an abused species, which is a species, like Graham Hancock often says, lives in a constant state of amnesia, forced amnesia, I would argue, about its past, seemingly at the will of a non-human intelligence, which is here on the planet and can remove people at will from this planet, and does so. But in the course of interacting with us, has coughed up a lot of technology over to us. We've been busy working away, trying to weaponize that technology, and all of a sudden this big alien ship the size of Manhattan is going to show up, perhaps in a hostile posture, and it's going to find a planet that is armed to the teeth with back-engineered alien technology, not to mention aliens living here on the planet in vast numbers in our oceans. Something else the Webbot predicted would become known. Said it mainly was kind of pointing into July, but also, you know, as far as time is concerned, it can be off a little bit. So maybe into August, the world will become enamored with the idea that aliens are in the ocean. And what's going to happen then? That is the main subject that we'll be talking tonight. And if we have time, we're going to get to the idea that there could exist within organized occult circles that have come down to us, been around since like the 1400s. The idea that there is an ultimate matrix reality hack, and that certain groups have had access to this reality hack, if you will, and that reality hack comes in the form of the Enochian alphabet and language. What if I told you that that language was acquired by human hands through non-human intelligences? That when you examine all of the documents surrounding how it was acquired, you begin to get the idea that these beings who relayed this information were somehow, well, arbitrators, workers, nodes in the matrix, that they were somehow part of the programming of the matrix itself. And that's some fascinating stuff. So hopefully we will get to that as well. But New York Post, running this article. The newly discovered Manhattan-sized interstellar object zooming through our solar system has been identified as a comet, but 2 Harvard scientists argue there is reason to believe it's really an alien probe. So take a look at that, guys. There's a lot of information out there about this idea that this thing has a trajectory and it's a velocity that doesn't match anything known in astrophysics. And the fact that the WebBot predicted that July would be a time when we would see a lot of public awareness, if you will, of the alien presence on the planet. Other paranormal in the news is the Buga sphere from Colombia. So I previously reported that a number of these spheres, as far as I'm aware, 6 of them have been, well, picked up off the ground by people around the world where they landed. They were hovering, floating midair. It was like all of a sudden maybe their energy source got interrupted and they landed and people were able to pick them up. There's 6 of them, but the most famous right now is the one from Colombia, a place called Buga in Colombia, and it's being examined by a team of world scientists, and they've been able to activate the sphere. The sphere hovers right in front of them. They know how to activate it. They've got images of the inside that are inexplicable. It looks like a bunch of fiber optic like stuff, but there's no wiring. And the spheres are both transmitting and receiving encoded signals. That is yet another major WebBot hit to report to you guys tonight. The WebBot predicted that alien technology would come into the possession of regular everyday people, and that would become part of overall disclosure. And it looks like that, in fact, is taking place. If you look online, you'll be able to see video footage of the sphere actually floating in midair and all of that. Now, it was reported that some of these spheres, where they landed, it killed the plant life around the sphere and it rendered the soil hydrophobic. So the soil will no longer absorb water. The spheres have all kinds of strange markings on them that look like alien writing. I wouldn't know how else to explain it than that. And it looks like the scientists who have studied it says it operates very much like Tesla's idea of a central coil emanating electricity through the air, and that these devices pick up that electricity and are able to utilize it. How strange is that? What's even weirder is that when you examine the surface of the Buga sphere anyway, the writing on it, the alien writing and symbols that are on the craft appear to be worn down. In other words, this thing has been around for a very long time and has been in use apparently for that long. And again, we come back to that idea, is the so-called aliens living in the ocean, is that protogenesis aliens that evolved here separately from us on the planet, or did they migrate here from another planet or dimension? And are they the same beings that are abducting people? It's all a good question, because Whitley Strieber put a lot of doubt into a lot of people's minds with his interview last week or the week before, where, he basically stated that he wasn't able to ascertain ever that they came from another planet. And to him, it seemed like these beings were somehow like guards of the matrix itself, of the holographic sort of program that is running our reality matrix. That's really the best way to put that. So that's interesting. The Boogospheres are out there. Lockheed Martin's magical technology, probably originating out of Area 51, probably has a lot to do with back-engineered alien technology, and it probably will be game-changing. This is part of the summer of emergence, part of the Webbot's prediction of sci-fi world emerging, and you're getting to see it live. There are plenty of other cyber prophecy predictions that are going on right now. Probably ought to touch on those. One is that the farsight.org group is predicting that the war between Russia and Ukraine only gets worse over time. You know, you might say, well, you could flip a coin and determine that. Well, this was blind targeting. These people usually are targeting paranormal targeted targets. And so for them to all come back and say, no, it looks like this gets worse and spreads into Western Europe, could really be the case. So we have to prepare ourselves for that possible eventuality. The farsight.org group, the same group, previously had targeted the alien probe I was talking about, the one that came through and identified us to its mothership, apparently. They blindly targeted that object, and they reported that it was in fact a derelict alien craft, that at some point it had been attacked, that there was a huge gaping hole in the side, and that there were dead people on board. That's right, I said people, like human looking people. So take that into account. That's crazy stuff. And so Farsight is saying the war gets worse. We'll have to see. Basically, their prediction is if you continue to feed the war with weaponry of any kind, then if you feed the fire, this particular fire, the fire will spread. That's basically what their warning was. There really doesn't seem to be an answer or solution to somebody that's, you know, basically hell-bent on war. So that's just the way it is. Along with that are some major predictions for cryptocurrency. We're going to discuss that. I'm not a financial advisor, but when you get all of this indications coming from a paranormal source, and they all seem to be part of the same puzzle, they're just different pieces, then it's kind of interesting to touch upon all of them. And you know, the economy of the paranormal is something you probably don't hear discussed much, but we're going to talk about that as well when we come back from our break. And like I said, we're going to delve into what might be in store for this alien craft, who might be spoiling for a fight. We'll see what the great Dr. Pies is his name, the man who's behind the Navy's UFO patents, has to give them. And we'll talk about that right after our break.
Great job, Jack. We're on radio break. Hey, David, cool. You still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I just clicked off. Yeah.
Yeah, Sonia's listening to us too over on Facebook.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Jack, I read that article on that big craft coming in, and it's supposed to be, I don't know whether it was 7 miles in diameter or 7 miles long or all of the above. It's just it's a big thing coming in. And
the size of Manhattan, they say.
Yeah, that's huge, and it's travel. Did you see what was it traveling this speed? Do you recall, or do you see anything in the article?
Like 130,000 miles per second or something like that.
That's what I thought. I said, wow, that's really coming in quick.
Yep, and even then, it's going to take it till November to get here.
Yeah.
But that's crazy right there, But the aliens that are already here have some kind of technology which seems to be better than that. You know what I mean? They can just bend space and time and jump from point to point. This thing is having to travel here.
That's right.
In space terms, we got Ma and Pa Kettle showing up with a shotgun, and we're sitting here with an Uzi.
Unless it's a dreadnought that's not supposed to go that fast when it hits. Right. If it's a dreadnought, maybe that's just kind of like, okay, we did our speed now, our warp and all that other thing that we needed to do to jump. All right, now we're here. We'll just coast in, and we don't care because we're big and we have everything that we need in this one ship.
Yeah. That's a floating city, is what that is.
Yeah, but
is this going to be
until you figure how many people? Movie? I mean, Guam's only 1.5 miles from tip to tip and 1/2 mile wide, and they got a lot of people on Guam. All right, what could something that size?
Huge.
Yeah, it's immense.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
And smaller craft too. Yeah.
And they don't, and they won't even have to worry if everybody goes from one end of the ship to the other. It won't sink, like Guam might. Like that one senator was trying to tell people, well, can't have that. Can't have people move from one end to the other. The island will sink. Right. It's not a boat. It's an island, for crying out loud.
Oh God, that was so bizarre. That comment, senator.
I mean, come on. If everybody in a ship got from one end and moved to the other, all right, how much would it affect the ship, weight-wise?
Not much. Not much.
Exactly.
Because they got ballast in a lot of the ships, and they would compensate.
Yeah.
Yeah, water ballast. Yeah, they use.
Well, they just space balance. That's all.
Yeah. Hey, air balance.
Yeah.
Right.
That'll be interesting. I hope I get a photo of it. If I get a picture of it.
It does present an interesting scenario, does it not? If this is somebody that's unaware of the fact that there's already some alien life forms here that are armed to the teeth, and it's going to show up to cause some trouble, this could get really interesting really fast.
It can get ugly. It's going to get ugly.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it really could. Yeah. Well, we'll see. What did you say? It was coming in November, Jack?
Maybe they just slowed down to come in because they're coming into port and they want to have, like, liberty and all that other stuff. Come on. Not everybody comes here to destroy our planet, like...
Well, Elon's always said that he's an alien, so maybe they're coming down
from Mars. Yeah, that's what he says. We got 30 seconds, Jack, and we'll be back.
Yeah, did you know there was a Nazi rocket scientist who wrote a science fiction book about a character, a human that colonizes Mars, and his name was Elon.
Really? No, that's something else.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I'm just surprised his name isn't John Carter. But anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And tonight we're talking about incoming. We got a potentially hostile alien craft. It's out there. We were just discussing on break, the possibility that this is a less advanced alien life form than the ones that are already here. And isn't that an interesting scenario for a possibly hostile, however less advanced life form to show up wanting to cause some trouble, wanting to kick some dust up? And all of a sudden it runs into the fact that here on planet Earth, we've got these little guys called Greys, and they apparently have praying mantis overlords, and they're in contest with the reptilians. And this guy's going to show up wanting to cause some trouble. And he's going to run into a freak show. So how long do we think they're going to stay? I guess we could put that up as a prize for the show. We'll have people.
Jack, they're just here for asylum. Come on now. They're just here for asylum, you know.
Could be. They throw out the anchor, and all of the drunk alien sailors just come piling off, looking for the beautiful human women.
No. They're all military age. They're just here for, for asylum because they're war-torn world.
Well, that could very well be. It could be that they're on leave, and all I can say is watch out for the space herpes. It could be a case of that going on, but everybody's seen Spaceballs, I take it. I hope so. Genius.
You just didn't say space herpes, did you?
I did, yes, from the movie Spaceballs. I did, in fact. We cover everything here on the PIA Radio Live. So, but here it is. Here's this ship. It's coming in. It's got some nefarious plans in mind, and all of a sudden you pull up. Well, here's a Vice article, and it states the U.S. Navy has patents on weird and little understood technology. According to patents filed by the Navy, it is working on compact fusion reactor that could power cities, an engine that works using inertial mass reduction, and a hybrid aerospace underwater craft dubbed the UFO patents. The War Zone has reported that the Navy had to build prototypes of some of the outlandish tech to prove that it worked. How about that? That's right off the Vice website, guys. If you go to the War Zone, they have the same information. The U.S. Navy filed these patents. This was widely published, and people didn't all of a sudden foment an uproar about all of this having to absolutely had to have come from back engineered alien technology, right? The funny thing is the actual headline for the article is U.S. Navy has patents on tech it says will, quote, engineer the fabric of reality. Engineer the fabric of reality. Yeah, wrap your mind around that. That'll bend your noodle. The patents, as it goes on to say, all build on each other, but at their core is something called pi, is something Pies calls the Pies effect. This is the idea that, quote, controlled motion of electrically charged matter via accelerated vibration and or accelerated spin, subjected to smooth yet rapid acceleration transients in order to generate extremely high energy / high intensity electromagnetic fields. Guys, that's the ultimate weapon. The absolute ultimate weapon. If you can generate high enough intensity electromagnetic fields, you can form a force field around the body of the craft that is impenetrable. That's exactly what Tesla had talked about, that he could build a device that would create basically a barrier, electromagnetic barrier over the United States that would be impenetrable to any kind of attack. And here, the U.S. Navy has patents saying that, yeah, we have it, we can do it, and we had to build some of this technology and show it to the patent office to prove that it worked. I wonder what that was like, to bring them into a room and say, yep, this is our little device, and it bends the fabric of reality as you know it. I wonder how that meeting went. That had to be interesting, right? It goes on to say, essentially, Pies is claiming to use properly spun electromagnetic fields to contain a fusion reaction. That plasma fusion reaction he claims to have invented will revolutionize power consumption. Experts theorize that a functioning fusion reactor would lead to cheap and ubiquitous energy. And what did the Webbot predict? It predicted that they would do exactly that. They would begin to introduce zero-point energy that they got from back-engineered alien technology that you paid for with your tax money. Period. Not only you, but your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your great-great-great-grandchildren, they're all going to be in debt because of it. So one of Pies and the Navy's patents described what the propulsion system and fusion drive would be used for, a, quote, hybrid aerospace underwater craft. I wonder where they got that idea from. Could it be because our Navy craft constantly are buzzed by these ships coming up out of the water of the ocean, apparently attracted to them like moths to a flame for their nuclear propulsion? That attraction between UFOs and nuclear anything is a major, if not the major, pattern regarding this entire phenomenon. But it goes on to say, according to the patent, the craft could travel land, sea, and outer space at incredible speeds. Other patents invented by Pies and filed by the Navy include a high-temperature superconductor, an electromagnetic field generator, and a high-frequency gravitational wave generator. A high-frequency gravitational wave generator. Do you know what you can do if you can generate artificially gravity? That is a weapon that is truly a super weapon. And, you know, I'm going to have to touch on the fact that Richard Dolan, the ufologist, past couple of weeks, talked about how he believed that the Trump administration, certain officials within the Trump administration have so-called drunk the Kool-Aid, meaning that they have bought hook, line, and sinker the story that they've been told by the military-industrial complex / intelligence ABC agencies that this is such a high priority and it's so sensitive that if somebody successfully weaponized it against the United States, we'd be speaking Russian tomorrow, or Chinese, or what have you. And they believe it. But Trump has continually made little tiny statements about, oh, they don't even know what we have. Little statements about super weapons, little statements about how advanced we really are when it comes down to it. And that means that he's probably been read in somewhat to the situation. He's just been told and convinced that this is of such a sensitive nature and a high priority that we weaponize this successfully before our enemies do. And it looks like we have. I mean, they've got patents and working technology. And it goes on to say, it all sounds like science fiction. And the Navy has been skeptical too. Navy authorities called BS on Pai's inventions and his patents went through a lengthy internal review at NAV Air. The war zone obtained emails about the bureaucratic fight between Pai's and the Navy through a Freedom of Information Act request and revealed that the mad scientist won. According to the patents, some of the technology is, quote, operable. That means the Navy is claiming some of Pai's, quote, wild tech works and has been demonstrated to Navy officials. There you go, guys. This guy, this Dr. Pai's, got his hands on alien technology and was successfully able to back engineer it to an operable mechanism, an operable machine. What else can we say but that, right? So here the Navy has back engineered technology. It's operational. They admitted it. It's right there in the Freedom of Information Act request that the war zone acquired. And the fact that they have operational alien technology, and now the intelligence agencies have to be fully aware of Dr. A.V. Loeb's claims that there is an incoming hostile alien craft that was directed here by an alien probe that already flew by the planet. You have to better believe they've got those craft, those U.S. UFOs are probably getting fired up as we speak. I bet you we begin to see all kinds of UFO activity reported at Area 51 as they begin to run drills using some of this alien technology, if nothing else, as a preparatory action for what might be a real alien crafted this way that is the size of Manhattan. That's a big craft, you know. What can you store on a craft the size of Manhattan? The Webbot makes it clear that the aliens that are already here on the planet, and by the way, will be here in November, they're not going anywhere, right? These aliens that are already on the planet have technology which seems to supersede a craft that has to travel here from that far of a way, because the aliens that are here apparently or appear to possess a technology that allows them to bend space and time. In other words, they don't travel through space. They bend the fabric of space and jump from point A to point B without any time having gone by at all. This craft is having to take its time getting here. That seems to be a step down to me. And so what are we looking at? We're looking at a less technologically involved, perhaps, alien craft. It may not even be piloted by living beings. It might be a craft that is nothing but artificial intelligence. And let us not forget that it wasn't long ago that our own Voyager 1 spacecraft traveling through interstellar space went through the sort of bubble envelope caused by the sun as we're traveling behind it through space. And when it did, it flipped a cosmic switch. When it flipped that cosmic switch, all of a sudden, a download came to the human species through that spacecraft. That download, as I previously reported, came in the form of a geometric shape made up of mathematical geometrics that we have never even dreamed of before, but it was in the form of a human body. When the scientists viewed the shape, they instantaneously went through neurological changes in their brain structures. This was something that is even now still being studied by the scientists who are involved. That, let's call it alien brainworm, cosmic brainworm, is now downloaded into the consciousness of humanity because we all share the same field of consciousness. And it's making all kinds of, who knows what it's doing. Who knows what kind of radical changes it could be causing in our species. But we tripped it. And that could also be the other reason for this object now headed our way. Could it be possibly that this idea I have of a type 3 civilization having colonized the entire galaxy got an indication that we were ready to be brought into the fold? We either flipped the switch or its probe said, yep, this one's ready to be plucked. Come and pluck it. Possible. Anything's possible. But what we do know is that we're in the throes of this summer of emergence. Many of these events have been predicted by the WebBot, and as we go into August, it does predict a little bit of a lull right before a huge wave of activity begins again this fall, September, October, and yes, November. When this craft arrives, all seems to fit this pattern that we are going to have surprise after surprise after surprise. Secret after secret after secret becomes revealed. And with every one of those secrets, with every one of those events, it's like a little earthquake in the consciousness of humanity. And we're slowly going to get through this major period of upheaval. I said I would mention the predictions, both WebBot predictions and remote viewing predictions. So it's important to point out that the WebBot, quite independently, it doesn't pay attention to remote viewing groups, predicted the same outcome for cryptocurrency right now in this event stream that's happening literally right now before our eyes. The same exact thing that's being predicted by Dick Algire's group, the Future Forecasting Group, who runs a paid-for business remote viewing future cryptocurrency prices for clients. And they do quite well. In fact, Dick Algire has done so well at it that he's been able to purchase a multi-million-dollar home in Honolulu simply by following the predictions of his group concerning the cryptocurrency Ethereum. But the prediction is that there's going to be a vast economic change worldwide, from currencies the way we understand them to this whole new blockchain idea of currencies. And that transition causes, as you can imagine, will cause a lot of societal change, and with that, a lot of upheaval will occur. But in the long run, it will take over and will become sort of the whole way that the future is run, is through this blockchain technology. So that, just be aware that that is out there, along with the prediction that the ability of the central banks around the world and the banking cabal that's been in power on this planet for as long as banking has been around, are going to lose control slowly but surely. And when they do, that's when all of this alien technology really begins to make its way out into the public. Don't forget that one of the major cyber prophecies is the decoupling of time. We are going to come up to a period here in our event stream, and these days I don't like to call it time. I like to call it the event stream. Time is an illusion. Time does not exist. You will never truly die. There is no true ending, only transformation. And our whole idea of time is going to change radically, to a point where we begin to live our lives around developing technology which will sense the outcome of probabilities before they occur. And you will literally spend your days preparing yourself for the next event about to manifest in your event stream. You will know it's coming. An event in your life. Your event stream is your life. You will know when an event in your life is about to occur ahead of time. These probability patterns are known as qualia. If you want to get down and dirty with the details of theoretical physics and mathematics and alien technology, but it's referred to by insiders as qualia. This qualia can be detected, and there will be technology devised to detect it, and everyone will possess one of these machines which will detect an event about to manifest in your own event stream. That's how radical everything changes. And it's going to change in your lifetime. That's even more radical, right? That's some fast change. And I had this conversation last week about ontological shock with a few people who were like, I doubt ontological shock is real and all of this stuff. Well, it's very real. And if we can survive the ontological shock of having our entire idea of reality completely wiped out and replaced with something new as a species, then we're going to go on to great things. But that's a big if. And we're going to have to go through a period of ontological shock. Maybe it begins in November. But what's interesting is that in any crash, an ontological shock would be a crash of our accepted reality structure. The amount of damage that occurs is often dictated by the rate of descent, whether it be a plane crash or whether it be a society. And so a slow grinding down of the old way and slowly into the new way is going to cause a lot less upheaval and a lot less damage than a sudden spike downward. So cross your fingers. Here's to the idea that we don't have that sudden spike downward. And keep in mind, the universe has put us into this place, maybe, just maybe, we're the nasty little surprise for another life form. And join me next week, Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central. We will talk about another crazy paranormal happening going on in the world. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I'll see you then.
Awesome job, Jack.
Thanks.
You really know how to bring the doom and gloom.
No, it's
yeah, got the aliens are coming, and look out, there's some other bastards coming right behind them too, and make it worse. Our bastards here are going to take and mess them up even worse, or make it worse.
Right.
I'm like,
you know
okay,
what?
There you go.
You tune into my show, you expect to be scared. Well,
I'm like, no, not scared, but shocked maybe, but we're gonna wait until this call runs out, and then I'm gonna call Nancy's group. And are you gonna come over with us for a little while?
I can't. I got to go with my wife actually tonight. I'm taking her to her volleyball game. So, but I will next week. I should be around on Wednesday night.
All right. Zombie Zach says hi from TMV Cafe. He just took over after us after we cleared stream over there.
Nice.
All right.
And I've got to finish. I got one painting I got to finish tonight. I got a gallery showing again on Friday night.
Oh,
so,
that's good. That's good, Jack.
Thank you. Yeah, I got 9 paintings on display over there, and I've sold 3 paintings since my paintings went up in the gallery. So that's great.
Wow, that's even better. Yeah. That's nice. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, sir. How's the storms in Florida?
Oh, we had a little bit. It's just the heat. I took a picture about, what was it, July 8th, where it was 120.
All right, we're gonna get over to the VIXEN'S vault. Join the Legion of Chaos, because I have more. That's right, more radio and more shows coming. Well, one more show coming tonight. So we're going to get this up and going. And get the group together. Request to join, request to join, request. Jason, come on. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Mark.
How's it going?
Hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm doing.
Hey, Roger.
Everything switched over for us. Oh, it looks like we already did that on OBS. That's good. Jack can't make it in. He has to do something with his wife, and also we have. I don't know if Jason's coming in or not. Oh, Jack has to finish a painting up tonight. Where'd David go?
Oh. Don't know.
He was here.
Give him a minute.
Yeah, he was still talking to Jack.
Sorry, it took me a while to answer. I had to get everything sorted. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But yeah.
I said hi.
I know, I heard you. I just couldn't answer back because I was like switching everything out on the going from Kick to get the audio to coming on here. I have to make sure I don't.
Raph coming in with us tonight, or is he off?
No, he's going to sleep. He's been working. He's got a job in Tampa that he's got to be there by like 6 in the morning. So.
All right. Sorry, I did buzz him. Let me see if I can get Sonya in with us. Yeah.
I'm gonna sit over here to the side and finish doing my notes.
Okay, you got 30 seconds, Nance, and then we'll get you going. I know normally we have a lot more folks in here, but
yeah, but it's been a weird 24 hours, dude.
Yeah. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome, folks, to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date is July 30th, 2025. It is, what time is it? 8 o'clock p.m. actually on the dot. There we go. Welcome to, or 9 o'clock p.m. on the dot. Sorry about that. Welcome to the show. What a week we've had. Actually, what a 24 hours we've had. Yesterday, last night actually, right around this time, there was a quake right off the coast of Russia. I believe it was its eastern coast. And it was interesting because when the quake first happened, the first report I saw, it came in at an 8.0 on the Richter scale. And, you know, actually it was the first like 10 minutes of reports. It was everything kept saying 8.0. And all of a sudden, it goes, not joking, from 8.0 to 8.7. And then Kirk goes up one more time within the last hour to 8.8. Now, 8.8, even an 8.0 is a big quake. 8.8 is one of the largest quakes in history. No joke, folks. In fact, the past decade, it is definitely the largest. Only overshadowed by, I believe it was Japan, the quake off Fukushima. But again, this quake rattled the eastern seaboard of Russia, and it actually caused quite a bit of destruction. But what's interesting about it is that it issued, of course, tsunami alerts. It triggered them all the way from Japan to Hawaii to Alaska, British Columbia, down to Washington State, Oregon, California, even LA was under tsunami alert. Now, again, guys, it's interesting because there's been a tremendous amount of seismic activity. There's been a tremendous amount of volcanic activity in the past year. Well, of course, everybody in the world and their mother's a commentator, including myself. I'm guilty too. And we're all posting information. And somebody took a moment to post basically the current quake and volcanic activity in, I guess you could say, in a way where it showed the Ring of Fire. And it showed the actual activity surrounding the Ring of Fire. In other words, exactly what's lit up. And I found it really awkward because I'm looking at this map. I'm looking at the Ring of Fire, and I'm looking at all the earthquake and volcanic activity. And by the way, that quake yesterday in Russia actually triggered one of Russia's largest volcanoes, which began erupting like an MFer, like within, I think it was 2 hours of the quake. So, they've got a lot of stuff going on over there. But when I'm looking at the Ring of Fire, everything is lit up. I mean, it's almost a perfect circle except for one area. The western seaboard of the United States is the only thing that really hasn't had that much activity, not large activity. I mean, they've had tremors and they've had swarms, but they're not getting what everybody else on the Ring of Fire is getting. And I found that really strange. I was like, well, isn't that convenient? Gee, look who's being preserved. Now, what I found even more interesting is, again, when you looked at all the other conditions going on, insofar as EMF, insofar as solar activity, this quake didn't make sense. And it was interesting because I follow somebody out there by the name of Alaskan Skywatcher. He's an incredible researcher who researches these events to the most finite nodule you can possibly imagine. And it's not just like volcanic and seismic. He literally researches volcanic, seismic, weather-related catastrophes, anything you can imagine under the sun that deals with natural environmental issues. One of the first things that man posted this morning was how this was not in any way, shape, or form a natural quake off the coast of Russia. One reason being was its depth. The second reason being the way the EMFs were moving in the area of the quake zone when the quake occurred, and how those EMFs were not natural EMFs. Now, I found that very interesting because it's something I've been saying for decades, and Mark will back me up on that they've been using EMF as a weapon for a while now. It's not something short term. It's not something that just cropped up in the last 2 years, folks. They have literally utilized EMF as a weapon since the 1970s, as far as we know. It probably goes back a lot further than that. Why? EMFs are a very destructive frequency, not just to your natural environment, but it's also something that affects humans, animals at all levels. It affects us on a neurological level in a bad way, a really bad way. And it's interesting because the reason I know that is because of the work I did in the paranormal. One of the first things you learn when you start doing paranormal investigation and you're kind of serious about it, you're not doing it for religious reasons, you're not doing it to find your soul, you're not doing it to say hi to grandma, you're doing it because you really kind of want to know what is going on. And so you're looking at ways to debunk what you're encountering, I guess you could say. One of the first things you learn is about EMF, electromagnetic frequency, both natural and man-made. And when I say natural and man-made, there are forms of EMF that are naturally emitted, and then there's forms of EMF that come from like man-made generated electricity. Electrical wiring, if an electrical wire frays, it will actually cause your EMF to spike through the roof, and it can cause you issues. Your cell phones emit EMF. You should never, ever, ever, ever sleep with a cell phone next to your head. It is one of the stupidest things you could ever possibly do, besides having maybe a laptop next to your head. Really not intelligent. Why? Because these things emit EMF, they emit radiation. And they cause you nightmares, they cause you headaches, they can cause you nausea. In fact, it's funny because a lot of people go to doctors since the age of, I guess cell phone technology's got to be the worst. It did peak a little bit when laptops became a thing because nobody ever put a desktop computer next to their bed. You didn't put it on your nightstand. It didn't fit, to be very honest with you. Just not even close. But laptops kind of made it, people got lazy. They would play on their computers late at night, do the chat rooms, do the 1990, 2000 stuff, surfing around, up to no good, bored, unable to sleep. One of the reasons you were probably unable to sleep is because you were surfing on the computer that late at night, and the frequencies that are coming from the computer are not really healthy for your brain. So you'd put it on your nightstand. That would be mistake number 2. We do that with our cell phones. I can't tell you how many people I know who put their cell phones on their nightstand. And I always tell them, okay, you really need to get online and do a little homework. And look at the type of frequencies and energy that these cell phones bleed out. Because it will mess completely with your neural signals in a huge way. And if you don't believe me, call your doctor. And ask your doctor what EMFs can do to your brain, what they can do to your sleep cycle, what they can do insofar as headaches, nausea, all that. That's why during solar flares, people don't understand. I always tell people, one of the ways you can tell there's a solar flare. I'm getting feedback, Mark. Do you hear that?
No, I don't hear it on my end. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, it could be that. Are you using your phone?
Yeah,
That's why.
Yeah, but I'm on a headset.
That could be.
No, I'm up on a headset, so it shouldn't be the phone. But either way, doesn't matter. Back to my train of thought. So basically, when you expose yourselves to high levels of EMF, it can cause multiple symptoms. But like when there's a solar storm, we're exposed to high levels of EMF. We're exposed to ionics like you would not believe. As humans, we don't realize it, but it causes anxiety to go through the roof. That is not me, just sitting here and giving y'all a little spiel about things I don't know about. That is medically proven. They will literally, there's a lot of science that backs that up. Elevated EMFs cause us to have anxiety, headaches, nausea, you name it. Why? Well, because I did paranormal investigation. I wanted to know why. Why would EMF cause me to, feel anxiety? Why would it make me feel, a little lopsided? Actually, a lot lopsided, depending on how strong it was. Why would that occur? Well, it's because we have magnetite in our brains. It's one of those little things that you don't really know about humans. Humans are migratory species. We actually have magnetite embedded in the pineal gland in our brain. It helps us directionally find which way we're going. It's the same with birds. It's the same with fish. It's the same with whales and any migratory species. They all have magnetite embedded in their brain. That's why during solar storms, you'll see these bird flocks that start going the wrong way. It's because the EMF is affecting the magnetite in their brain. They directionally cannot figure out which way to go. They get lost. Same thing with fish. Same thing with any kind of migratory species. Now you've got to look at the fact that right now we are having, they're saying that the Earth has, I think it's tilted something, 32 inches? I forget, but we're tilting differently. And they're saying this has occurred within the last 2 to 3 years, which, again, I'm calling BS on that. Because, I'm sorry, yeah, a tilt like that, no. It's just none of the stuff that they're coming up with to give us reasonings. The rain in the States. We are having more catastrophic rain events here than I can possibly tell you. It's like every state has had a catastrophic rain event. The press pumps it out of control, like in Florida recently, not a rain event, but in my area of Florida, I'm in the Tampa Bay area. And supposedly we broke a record twice this week. Once was because we hit 100 degrees solid on the thermometer, right? 100 degrees. I think the feels like temperature was like 128 degrees. Feels like temperature, for those of you who don't understand that, is when you factor the heat with the humidity. So it could be 100 degrees outside, but if we have like 90 to 95% humidity, it's going to be between 100. If it's registering at 100 degrees, it'll be about feels like of about 120. Okay, so it's hot. But when they said that on the news, I'm sitting there going, wait a minute. I have lived in Florida since 1976. I can remember at least 3 other occasions where we hit 100 degrees. So I don't know what this, we just broke this 100-year record thing is coming from with the press, but yeah, they're idiots, or somebody was trying to change historical data and cause a panic. Florida is a hot state. And I keep telling people that, guys, you're in a subtropical environment. It's not comfortable here in the summer. Ever. Like, ever. It is akin to hell here in the summertime with the hot wind and everything. It's Florida. This is our environment. This is subtropically where we're at. You reached that on, like last night. I posted a video on my Facebook. I sat outside last night watching, I was looking east. East of me would be Tampa. I'm actually right on the water on the west coast of Florida, central Florida. So I'm looking to the east, which would be Tampa. Literally, I could not, but the sky was lit up for, I'm not joking, almost 3 hours straight. And guys, this is with no break, of lightning. Just constant lightning for almost 3 hours. I've lived here again since 1970. I have never seen anything like that. And it wasn't normal lightning. And I keep saying that. It was not like cloud to ground, ground to cloud. It was not storm lightning. It was like heat lightning. Heat lightning in Florida, for those who don't understand, it looks like, I always say it looks like the veins in a skull. It doesn't go up or down. It goes sideways. And it's very, very interesting to watch, but usually when we have heat lightning, it's very limited. It literally lit the sky up to the point where I videoed it, put it on my Facebook, because I was like, I've never seen anything like this. It's beautiful. It's breathtaking, but there's no thunder. There's no rain. It's just light. Blinding light. And it was funny because woke up this morning and my local news had done a thing on it, saying how it was our meteorologist saying, I've never seen anything like that. That was crazy. All right, and I'm not trying to make y'all laugh, but honest to God, it felt like an alien invasion. And I am not joking. I'm looking over to the east going, is there a war going on in Tampa that I'm unaware of? I mean, what is going on? And it, like I said, all these weird anomalies occurring. Rain, lightning for hours and hours and hours nonstop. I mean, just nonstop. Fires. I know Europe is like literally having fires everywhere right now. In fact, I was looking at a map thing of it. It's like almost every nation in Europe right now is having fires. Over here, you had Maui that burned not even 8 months ago, and now it's underwater because it did get hit with a tsunami, which I find interesting because it was very hard to find any information on that today. They were putting all the tsunami alerts out last night. They were screaming, everybody get out of the coastal areas. And yet, the actual video of the tsunami coming in was hard to find. Did I find it? Yeah, I found it, but it was not an easy thing. And I'm like, so I'm trying to understand what is happening. I know, like I said, the earthquake off Russia, all of the indicators we're seeing are telling us that was not a natural quake. Even though they're saying it was a subduction zone, that it was, an area that had one had slid under the other. This is normal. Da, 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 da. No, it was not at that depth. And that's what I keep saying. These quakes are too shallow. At least for something like that, for a snap that large. They're way too shallow. Did you up there? Hi, Vicky.
Hello.
Oh, there's GB. Yeah, I mean, the quakes are not coming in where they should be coming in at when it comes to the depth. And I keep telling people that. Look at the depth of the quake. If you're looking at 10 kilometers or less, there's a very good chance that that's a man-made quake. Very, very, very good chance, depending on where it is. This area in Russia, no, it should never have been below that depth or above that depth. It should have been way below that depth. And it wasn't. And people, again, look at the timing of it. Look at all the other things going on right now. The location. And I'm like, that's a weapon. That's a freaking weapon. And I know Mark, I could see Mark doing that skeptic face.
Yeah.
He's
I'm only thinking this because I did watch a thing put out by the Lotus Eaters just before, actually about 8-9 hours ago, and I was watching it just before. There's the Kamchatka earthquake. It was off this east of Asia, really, so the Pacific, and affected Japan quite badly. As far as we are aware, there's been no fatalities, thank God.
Nope.
But
I did see some video though out of Russia, dude. That was scary. I mean, and that was a very elongated shake. I was like, I mean, we see video here from like California quakes, Washington State quakes, and pretty much the whole West Coast. You'll see the little shakers that go on, but this thing shook for a while. I mean, this one woman, there was a video of a woman inside her house. You could see all her furniture moving, and it was like for a good 45 seconds she's in the house, and then she runs outside. I mean, I'm not joking. These cars are like lifting up and down off the ground for another almost minute. I'm like, that was a very long shake, a very long one. And then it followed up, I think earlier today, they got hit with a 6.4, which is actually a really, really large aftershock, if it was an aftershock. And, like I keep saying, it's not deep enough for that area. It's not at the depth it should be at for that area. And then you had these targeted like waves of EMF right simultaneous at that time, right before that quake struck. And I'm like, again, it's one of these things where people can roll their eyes all they want. But if you think that these countries and these nations and these, shall we say, shadow government institutions, private as well as governmental, do not have that type of weaponry, you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention, and it's going to get really bad really fast because you're going to buy every stupid story they sell you and believe them, and in the interim, the house is falling down on you.
Right.
I
And
mean,
yeah. And it also damaged they could damage the sub base they have.
Well,
but it was they sent it out to the heart. Yeah. It was done on purpose.
it just, like I said, it took the eyes off the situation that's compounding in Israel and getting really bad over there, Gaza. I mean, again, it's getting bad. I mean, because Israel's being called out, and they're not happy with that at all. Go figure out that one.
Is Israel being called out, or is the United Nations and various NGOs being called out?
There's both sides are being called out right now, because Israel, like, literally is sitting there trying to tell the world that they are 100% providing for the people of Gaza. And they're not. They're not. Even we know that over here. And we're the ones supplying most of the stuff that's supposed to be going to the people of Gaza. That's American money that went into that. It's like our taxpayer money went into that.
A lot of it's being managed, handled by NGOs, non-governmental organizations,
as
such
well.
as the United
And
Nations.
Hamas is getting it.
Hamas is getting it, which is interesting because, again, you have that connection between Hamas and Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah. They invented it.
I mean, literally, they put it in. It's like, again, if you're not questioning, and the fact that, again, Israel is trying to forcefully block any negative information at all. I mean, to the point where they're trying to get laws passed here in the States by our own states, making it anti-Semitic to say anything against their. No, there's no better way to make you look guilty than to try to force a society to not look past the tip of their nose at what you're doing.
Yeah, can you believe that? That's crazy.
Sorry, but on the other hand, Hamas is not allowing information to come out. Hamas is vetting journalists, so-called journalists, and there are journalists that are Hamas supporters, which, as we all know, are a terrorist organisation, both in the US and in the UK.
Mark.
And in fact, in the UK, there is the government is trying to provide a government, or is in the middle of creating a governmental definition for Islamophobia. So it's on a similar sort of guise as what you're saying with Israel.
Yep. What I'm thinking, and here's the thing, here's what bothers me, Mark. Hamas and Israel are linked at the hip.
Yeah.
They're not enemies. I mean, I am so tired of people saying one is literally an arm of the other. Israel needed war to go in and take Gaza. Hamas was financed by Israel. It was put in power by Israel.
Yes.
Bibi may not have been an enemy at one point, but no. Because you were a friend with somebody at one point doesn't mean you're going to be a friend with them forever.
They weren't friends, though. They were put in there to try to control the PLO.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. The PLO were actually about liberating the Palestinians. That was their thing. That was, and that's why Rabin was able to negotiate peace with the PLO. But, more to your point, yesterday, there was actually a Jewish settler shot and killed somebody he thought was Hamas, and it wasn't. It was actually a young man. He was a young man who was over there. He was actually with an aid thing, but there was what I'm saying was there was nothing that provoked it. The settler just said, this is my land now, shot and killed the guy, And unfortunately for him, there were UN people around who caught it on film. So Israel was forced to arrest him, but get this one. And I said, oh, this is a joke. They arrested him and released him on house arrest. I said, this is why the Gazans do what they do. Because this is not the first time this has happened. It's been happening for decades. And they're showing.
Sorry.
When
in a practice situation, you are going to have accidents. You are going to have mistakes. And yeah.
Excuse me, but Mark, it's not the settlers' property. It's not their property. They're going in there and forcefully taking the property from the Gazans and their families. Okay, it's just like they did in Lebanon. They did the same thing. And literally, when something goes wrong, you say, "Oh, well, things are going to happen." I'm sorry, if that was a Gazan that shot an Israeli person for stepping foot on their land, it wouldn't be a house arrest deal. Their whole family would be dead. Yeah. That's how that would end. Yeah. So fair is fair, and balanced is balanced. And like I said, I'm tired of people defending behavior that is not defendable. It's not, you cannot defend that behavior. That is not freedom. That is not liberation. That is not a free society. That is 100%, tyrannical. And it's not, there's no saying it wasn't the Gazans' property. Their families have been there for close to 1,000 years.
See, the thing
in a war zone, you're going to have atrocities committed. War is bloody occupation in the first place.
Me and Mark we've had this conversation plenty of times before, and it's like something I keep trying to talk to him about, and he's got, well, it's basically the same mentality that most people in England have, because like we've had a conversation about this island that's out in the middle of the Indian Ocean, that like all the people that were natives to their island was immigrated to London and given shitloads of money, and they like live in the richest neighborhoods, and now they're saying, I'm so and so from this island and I want my island back, and that's the way the English does things, you know what I mean? That's the way they did it with Israel.
Roger, hold that thought, because I've run over it. I've got to take
a break. Keep going. We'll take the break at the 40-minute mark then. You went too far.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, too. In defense of England, in defense of Great Britain, they've been swamped with the Arabic. They've literally, to the point where the Arabic are now almost like the ruling class in England.
It's a belief system of theirs, though. They don't believe that the Arabs have rights to the Gaza Strip because they weren't recognized as an actual state.
Correct.
Actually, I was watching an interview with a ex foreign minister, not foreign minister, but embassy official, consulate official, ex-consulate official earlier today, and he was talking about who was actually based in, stationed in, I can't remember if it was Israel, Palestine, but he was pointing out, what's the Accords?
Abrahamic.
Yeah.
Sorry?
The Abrahamic.
Accords, yeah. We're talking about the Abrahamic Accords and the Belford Treaty, or Belford signatories, and according to those documents, we, the British, did allow for I won't say access, a provision in there to allow for Palestinians to be within that area, hence why Palestine still exists now.
Well, I know Canada is officially going to recognize Palestine within the next month. I know Trump has said he will officially recognize Palestine. And the thing is that in fairness, what happened with the Balfour Agreement was an absolute desecration. It should never have been allowed to happen, and it happened out of guilt for what occurred during World War II. I understand that, but that doesn't
Sorry, I'm
make
talking
it.
about the 1917 version,
No.
the first original.
You're talking about the Balfour Agreement, the Rothschild Agreement. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, it went beyond the pale, and nobody watched when the resettlements occurred. Nobody was watching what land was taken. Nobody made any accommodations for the people that were there. They were thrown into the dirt. I don't care what Israel says. Those people are treated like not even third-rate citizens. I mean, I think we actually treated our slaves better than the Palestinians get treated over there. It's horrific. It really is. Even the Israelis know that. I mean, it's...
Well, there's really kind of two parts to that, because, if you listen to interviews now of people there, they don't, there's differences as far as this is a really hard thing as far as, like Amir Sarfati, who reports all the time. He's like, well, they a lot of the Gazans, they act like, they're being mistreated and stuff. They'll go throw trash out there and look really terrible. And Amir has a tour company, so they take tourists around, and so they see this happening, but it's not actually the way things are. And that's what's so hard. That's what's so hard about this situation, is because we're not getting the real truth of what's going on. And
I think
we're not getting it. Like just the whole Hamas thing. I mean, Bibi started that. The Israelis have to have some boogeyman to always be defending against. And Hamas, they formed that we've got those Iranians over here and the Hamas people over here, and they're an existential threat, and that's what they need to keep the wars going. Okay, that's where, and so you got Hamas under there, and they're taking the food and everything that's put for the people, and sometimes the people, we hear the people are kind of, they're hiding Hamas, and other times other people are like, hey, we didn't have any problem beforehand. We got along with the Israelis just fine. Yep. And that's this is just so hard.
But they do it, they complicate it on purpose, and it's the Hegelian dialectic. I mean, and I've said that. If you understand what the Hegelian dialectic is, you can read it in the situation, and that's what this is. It's the Hegelian dialectic. They have literally created a situation, they have stirred the pot, and they're going to come in the conquering hero. That is the Hegelian dialectic.
And Bibi wants the wars to keep going.
Yes.
And Bibi's on trial right now, right? Or at least the first time. And they had actually stopped the trial so he could go in and with the Iranian bombing or whatever they were doing, there. So they want war. They want it to distract from whatever. And we all know what Bibi's up to. But
like I said, I find it very interesting that you have two incendiary situations occurring simultaneously. Okay, you've got Israel, and then you've got Ukraine. Mm-hmm. And they're actually linked at the hip, which is very interesting also to note. Yeah, definitely their governments are linked at the hip. Mm-hmm. Then you've got the Russians, and you've got the Iranians. And, our press over here, I don't know about England, but I know in the States, they tend to play Ukraine as winning, which I think is just hysterical, because I'm like, that's just the stupidest fairy tale I've ever heard in my life. I don't know who is going to really buy
what planet are they on?
I mean, it's kind of like the storyline, China's broke. Okay, I don't know what cliff you fell off of, but you've not been keeping track of how much gold China has. Because trust me, she is far from broke. Not even close. Her markets may be unsteady, but China itself has got plenty of money. Plus, she holds all the mortgage notes here in the United States from anything from like 2000 to 2008. Why? Because we did this thing called the stimulus. And then we followed that up with what they called the omnibus. of 2008, when our housing market went through the floor. And guess who financed that? China did. And in return, a very large portion of the active mortgages within the continental United States were given to China as a basic, hold it, as collateral. Most people do not know that. China could call that note in any day of the week. That's why I laugh. Every time people think,
well,
also
no, they can't.
Other people did as well. BlackRock as an example.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you see that
there's
shooting?
certain executive orders which kind of take over those, but we won't talk about that right now. Go ahead.
On the point of Palestine, on the British government and under David Lammy, our foreign minister, just yesterday, and I'm not a big fan of David Lammy at all. I'll put that. But David Lammy, after a couple of days, I think maybe 2 days after the government went into recess, announced that if by September Israel doesn't create a ceasefire, we will recognize Palestine as a state in itself. So the two-state solution sort of point. And I just wanted to read out something that Andrew Neil, quite a well-known journalist, somebody that I do have, British journalist, somebody that I do have some respect for, even though I may not agree with him all the time, but something that I do have a respect for, tweeted just yesterday. He stated, and I quote, the British government's position over recognizing Palestine is unraveling fast tonight, because the announcement was just made yesterday, or at least the bereft of logical explanation. From official UK government statements, it seems that Keir Starmer's position is that if a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel is reached because Hamas releases all hostages, the UK will not recognise Palestine. Not sure what's in it for Hamas. But if no ceasefire is reached because Hamas refuses to release all hostages, the UK will recognise Palestine, whatever that means. Talk about perverse incentives. With Starmer in Downing Street and Lammy at the Foreign Office, they are increasingly the keystone cops of the UK foreign policy, unquote. So in effect, if Hamas doesn't release all hostages, then we the Brits will be, or the British government will be given an incentive to Hamas.
Yep.
To create to make them a sort of, I don't know, semi-legitimate government, and recognising the state. But if Hamas releases the hostages, then the war continues. There won't be any ceasefire, which is perverse.
Doesn't it do as like a warmonger type move? Because if Hamas does not release the hostages and gets recognized, the war is going to amp up over there. Which again, for the war hawks, both the United States and the UK, that's a good thing. Because they're going to be supplying, they're going to be involved, they're going to, they're going to make money off the back end of it. And I always say that, look where the money is going to go. That's usually going to be your answer as to what they're...
I also believe that France is taking a similar stance as that as well.
Yep. All right. But hang in there, folks. I'm going to take us out to our first break. Again, we'll be back in just a few moments with the VIXEN'S. We will continue with this conversation because it is a very dynamically interesting one, and it does matter where you live as to what information you're getting. Because, like I said, over here in the States, it's all, Israel is wonderful, and you can't say anything bad about them. That is literally what our press puts out. the stories change depending on where you're at. Europe looks at it differently. Russia looks at it differently. We all have different views of it. Hang in there, guys. We will return in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break.
And like I said, Mark, I feel bad for England because you guys really, you let your government get kind of overtaken by another.
Hold on here. Yeah. All right, DK mentioned something too. Was asking if anybody else could find anything in about the tsunami alert went out. He didn't find anything else outside of mainstream media.
Hang on,
and then,
I can.
And then there was.
I stuck in the a
then
link
also,
to the YouTube thing, the Lotus Eaters into the chat here.
He asked also to, what else was there? Something about the Balfour Agreement. He said that was in 1914 or something like that.
Yep.
Before World War II.
No, and there's two copies. There's two versions, 1917 and 19...
Yeah, it was signed in 1914, not after World War II, is what he said.
No, not signed. It was not signed in 14. It was not signed during World War I. I can tell you that. The Balfour it was signed at the very end cusp of World War I, but literally it was not put into effect or effective until after World War II, where they doubled down on it.
Okay.
It was literally a banker move, and I've said that since day one.
Yeah.
That was 100% a Zionist. They just wanted to piece of land over there.
All right.
And
he said he saw a video on it that was only like 18 seconds. Balfour Declaration was signed in 1914. That's what he said, not after World War II, because he said that's not what he said. Okay. 1917? No.
Yeah. I've done plenty of research on this, mate. As you are aware, I'm a bit of an historian when it comes to these things. It is 1917.
But it was put in place in 48. Is what
it was.
That's what he
issued.
said.
The government
was there before.
It was 1917.
1917 is when it was written. 48 is when it was put in place.
Correct.
Okay, there we go.
No, Israel existed. That's why they were telling people to go there before, before World War II came out. It existed. Are you saying that Israel didn't exist
prior
to 48?
No. What the Balfour Agreement did was it was a declaration of a specifically Jewish state. Okay, and it really had nothing to do with Israel per se at that time.
It was called Palestine at that point.
Right. Okay. Yes, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, they wanted, and I found it very interesting because Jewish at that point, when they wrote the Balfour, it was not about your genetics. It was about your belief. That's how the Zionists ended up over there. And that's why I keep saying, guys, just a little mental note here. 90% of Israeli society doesn't have ancient Jewish blood.
Right.
They have European blood.
Okay.
Eastern Europe.
I don't know what happened to our next chat group, so that when we take a break from this, what we'll do is we'll come right back into this same room. All right? You there, David? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, couldn't get you in before. You didn't. Wouldn't let you hang up. 30 seconds, Nancy, until we come back on the radio side.
Yeah, so I mean, it opened it up. It gave that plot of land to a bunch of Eastern Europeans who were attached to the Rothschild Bank.
Right.
Also,
that's what he's saying too. When England pulled out, and that's why it's called the State of Israel, not just Israel as a country. Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
9:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. Welcome back, folks, to the VIXEN'S Vault. A very cantankerous break we had. Not really. We did have some questions from the chat from DK, or actually questions and statements, I guess you could say, where we were discussing the Balfour Agreement. And in a way, the Balfour Agreement really annoys the snot out of me. I got to tell y'all very honestly, if you haven't picked that up from recent conversations, because it's something that literally took a chunk of land where people had been settled for a long time, and whether or not it was under British rule, because at that time, that area was under British control. During World War II, Palestine was controlled by England. And a lot of people don't know that, but that is the truth of it. So that is why the Balfour Agreement was actually ratified in England. Not, it did go through the UN to actually be enacted, but it was ratified in England. Why? Because England had control of that area.
Technically, it wasn't the UN, It was the League of Nations at the time.
Right. Correct.
Actually, it could have been the UN because it was on that cusp.
Yep.
Another thing I wanted to say, and a lot of people seem to ignore, is Saudi Arabia influence in this, because this is the creation where Saudi Arabia became a unified country as well.
Yep. Well, that and the Saudi market a lot of interest, and I think, practically speaking, the Saudis, I think they're very duplicitous. And I say that all the time because they tend to play both sides of the table. And you see them aligning with Israel, and yet you know that they're still kind of handshaking and smirking with Iran. And because Iran is their Arabic brothers. And like I said, there's no getting around that. Even 9/11, Saudi was deeply involved in what happened here. And do we blame the Saudi government? Well, yeah, I think some of them, and I do believe they were actually taking care of those who were involved in the planning of 9/11, because if you notice, there was quite a few Saudi princes who didn't survive very long. Have not survived the last 25 years, we'll put it that way.
I was also just thinking that this is also at the when the Ottoman Empire collapsed. World War I collapsed the Ottoman Empire, and arguably that had some effect as well.
Yes, it did. Yes.
Well, and people don't realize how large the Ottoman Empire actually was. It was quite vast, and it was for many, many, many centuries quite powerful. But they were. That was a very large empire and very influential because it was all the trade routes to the east. And it's like I said, that the Ottoman Empire controlled the trade routes, and the Rothschild banks wanted those trade routes. That's one of the reasons I always say that. Look at who controlled the shipping. Look at who controlled the banking. That should tell you who was in control. Whether or not they were sitting in Israel did not matter. They controlled it all. And that was literally the Eastern European Jews. And in the Far East, it was the Jewish families also, the Sasson family. And, a lot of people don't look into the Sasson family. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, they're another one. I mean, they say their roots come out of Baghdad. I was like, but they control the Far East. I said, the banks, all of it. Look at what they control over there. It's vast. I was like, so you're looking at a monopoly in many, many ways of one particular group of people. And they claim religion as a shield. That's where I have a problem. That is my biggest problem with it, is that they claim if you speak against them that you are anti-religious. You're going against their religion. No, I'm going against your politics. I'm going against your thirst to own everything, rule everything, and make us think that you're benevolent. No. Seeing right through you, because there's centuries of history that show us exactly what your patterns are. And you can either choose to acknowledge those patterns or ignore them. Right now, I think you're starting to see another rising where people are beginning to acknowledge the patterns, and they're kind of through the fear. One of the reasons they're punching through the fear is because it's being forced down their throats that they can't say anything bad about them. That's, like I said, no better way to say guilty than tell everybody not speak about them. Part of learning, and it's I use Trump as my example because I'm like, Trump was president of the United States. I have never in my life, including Bibi Netanyahu, have ever seen anybody targeted the way that man got targeted in the nastiest, most horrific ways you can possibly. I mean, his name got linked to the nastiest crimes and the nastiest stuff. And people always say, well, he is really rich, so it's possible. No, there's a boatload of paperwork that says otherwise. Document. It's like the Epstein file. People keep saying, oh, he won't release him because he was on the Lolita. No, he was not on the Lolita. That's documented. He was never on the Lolita. He was on a jet that went from West Palm to New Jersey in the 1990s. He did what we call a jump. He jumped on with Epstein. There was no problem. But I found very interesting, I think it was yesterday or the day before he got released, that Trump made a statement about the victims that had come from Mar-a-Lago. And I tried to tell people, Trump and Epstein from Mar-a-Lago in the late 1990s, and he helped the prosecution in the state of Florida go after Epstein in 2008. Well, I did not know that Virginia Godfrey was one of the girls that got molested by Epstein at Mar-a-Lago. I had no idea. I was like, oh no. Well, but Trump actually released that in a statement. I was like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm hearing something's going on in somebody's background.
Like there ain't nothing right in this world.
Somebody's talking.
Besides finding.
Sorry.
Oh, is that you, Vic? She muted out. I'm like, is that me? Is that my brain injury?
No, it's my TV.
I'll just make note of that and tell my neurosurgeon. I'm joking. But I mean, it's like you're seeing all these very uncomfortable pictures being painted, and things are accelerating at such a rate right now. I mean, between the earth movements, and like I said, sometimes I wonder if a lot of this stuff is, they say that the cyber war is the quiet war that nobody's aware of. And yes, trust me, guys, there is a gigantic cyber war going on. In fact, the United States nuclear plants were infiltrated about a week ago through a Microsoft program. Oh, gasp. Let me gasp really hard on that one. Because how long have I been telling y'all? Microsoft should not be on any government computers. Amen. End of sentence. No, and I don't care if Bill Gates comes after me. Don't care, buddy. I got a track record a mile long that shows Microsoft infiltrations all over government systems, directly through Microsoft. So prove me wrong. You can't.
Backdoors.
Yep. And if I'm aware of it, you're certainly aware of it, and you should have taken steps to fix it, rather than let our systems that actually link to our nuclear capabilities be in danger. Because that is not acceptable. That is ridiculous.
But arguably, these organisations will have external firewalls anyway. Will have additional security as well. So just because you're running, let's say, Microsoft Windows on your client's machine, that doesn't necessarily mean there is a potential breach if you've got good external security. So,
well, it was kind of like CrowdStrike was kind of supposed to be that, but you remember, Mark, CrowdStrike was supposed to be kind of like that extra layer, and that was a fiasco. And like I said, CrowdStrike, I can't even understand how their stock went up, because they're really not a good company. And I'm going to point out that they were also involved in some of the going on and shenanigans of 2020. And they were involved in some of the shenanigans dealing with the DNC servers in 2014, 2015. So CrowdStrike, not so reliable. And it makes me think you duplicitous SOBs. You're on sides.
But this actually goes back to a point I've made many times before. When I started in the industry back in the 90s, early to mid 90s, and you may have found the same. A lot of companies had provisions in-house. There was self-hosting, there were email was also these days we have more companies using third-party services or using so-called cloud services, using AWS, Amazon, using Cloudflare labs. And obviously that's an additional security risk.
God, I love you. Hold the thought, Mark. I got to take us out to break. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back. I know we had only a short spot down to this break, but that was my flub from earlier. We shall return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
Isn't Mr. Edworthy such a positive thinker? Like he thinks that the government is just so great and beautiful.
No. David, what's going on?
What's that?
What's going on?
What?
You're gonna get fired. You.
No, it's all right. Mark, that was me actually because I wasn't sure if you were taking us out
twice
on
tonight.
55.
Come on.
But I wasn't sure if you were taking us out on 55.
Oh, I thought you were handling
break?
it, Mark.
Are we
I
still
thought
on
you
break?
were handling it.
We went into a new break. That's what I mean. I didn't know he was going to take us out on the 55 after we went out on the 40.
Yeah,
so no, you can't do that. You still have to go out on the 55.
Well, I know.
So we got to bail right now to get on Chaos 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But like I said, he went to clear his throat.
Just let this one run out, and then I'll bring Chaos 2 up.
So
I'm going to make a copy in between.
Don't I have to leave?
Yep, everybody can leave now if you want, and then I'll bring up the other one.
So Dave gets off scot-free. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah. Well, he's got his counseling tonight.
Okay.
No reprimand, just a counsel.
Okay.
Because he has some tenure here.
I'll do better on Chaos 2.
All right, I appreciate that.
All right.
We'll see you all over there.
Okay, bye.
All right.
Are we supposed to hang up now?
Yep, hang up now, and I'll bring you over.
Okay.
Do 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 do. Okay, there you are, David.
I'm here. Mark, last time you were taking care of the times. I mean, I can do it. There's no problem.
Yeah, I thought I normally leave that to you. I don't like mess around with that when you're here.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll take care of it. Yeah,
I'll be like, Nancy, you got to get your shit together, man. Right, Nancy?
Yeah, I'm assuming so. Maybe.
What happened tonight, Nancy? I don't know.
Well, Nancy gets aggravated.
She takes a break. She takes a break, and comes back like this. Oh, here we go. We didn't need to see your hairy legs, Mark.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Want to see my hairy legs?
Now we don't want to see your hairy legs either.
Oh, please, no. There's laws against that.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, who do you think you are, Joe Biden?
No, I think I am freaking like infamous OG 1973, yo. So, I didn't realize it the other day, until you guys. I need to be a little bit more serious on this show because, when I was trying to talk serious, you guys got all quiet and didn't talk.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody over on D Live and Kick. Really appreciate everybody over there on all those platforms, along with Facebook, and I don't know. I mean, got low numbers tonight on Rumble and some of the other sites. I don't know what happened, you know, but hey, we'll try to get those going for next time. No, maybe you guys just like to listen to Willie on Sunday nights.
It's
There's
just
no
rumbles.
Worm Farmer on Wednesday, not during the week. All right.
I went on
And don't you dare start trying to sell chunderwear on Nancy's show, Roger.
Oh, I don't want to sell underwear. I went on a show last night in the chat section, and they were talking about paranormal stuff. Dude tried to get into an argument with me over religion and shit. And then he went back to my channel and started stalking me, and I was like, dude, look. I'm like,
hey, Svetlana, thank you for the ice cream and lemon in the D-Live chat. Appreciate you. I don't know where MC Dirty Work is tonight. He sent me a message earlier, but I missed it. It didn't say that he was going to miss the show, but I did, try to send it to him in Telegram, the link and all that. But it doesn't look like he's seen it. Maybe his phone died or something.
Mark, you got to contact Vicky because she didn't make it back in.
Hold on here. Hold on. Yeah.
You got to get Vicky back.
That happens every time when she leaves the chat. For anybody who don't leave the chat, just hang up.
Just hang up, yeah.
Hang up. Right. Don't leave the chat.
Just leave the phone call, yeah.
It's AR, right? RPAD.
Hey, that reminds me.
Yeah,
of
she
something.
should be air.
Yeah, hold on here.
Yeah,
there we go.
You've got this cool song,
I think she was
dude,
trying
you
to
need
call.
to start playing more. About what's his face off of Bullhorn Berry. You need to start playing that more.
What, the Bullhorn Berry song?
Yeah, where they chased him out of town and stuff, and they
Oh,
were because
no,
they were
no,
sick
no,
of
no.
hearing.
Barry,
Oh,
where
dude,
did you go? He's always like late for the show and things like that, and then they come back and say it's my fault. No. But Barry's always like, well, my mom had a birthday. It was Father's Day, and so Barry won't show up for any kind of like day like that. He's like, oh man, and everybody like harasses him for it. And well, not everybody. Mine's David Hogg, but Mine's David Hogg hasn't been around for a little while, so I'm hoping that he's all right. Are you there, Vicky?
Yeah, she's
Yes.
there. Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
Don't leave the chat. Just hang up. That's what's going on. Okay?
I thought I had.
No,
maybe
you've been leaving the chat, so don't leave chat. Just because otherwise we have to re-add you in.
Okay. Does that mean I hit the red telephone?
Yeah, you hit the red telephone. It says leave.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
That's but don't leave the conversation. You've been leaving the conversation.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I'm confused. Okay.
All right.
Thank
Vic,
you.
did you have a head cold?
Yeah, I had COVID.
Oh, no way. I'm sorry to hear that.
I made it through last week. My husband and son had it, and I thought, yay, I've escaped, and they were having breathing difficulties. You probably remember that with Raphael or with COVID in general.
Yep,
and then, so they were having, breathing difficulties that night, and then I came down with it. So
yeah. You sound a little stuffy today yet.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
happy to be here.
It's the same way. It's the same way. I'm having the same issues. And then you got sick just before I did.
Oh, hey, you never guessed what Jack was talking about in the last program.
Yeah, it was
aliens coming in, bringing space herpes.
Remember.
Herpes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like, no, they're just coming in for shore leave and that, you know? Yeah,
that was
he
just
goes, yeah,
Seems
bring in
like the word
space
the iceberg.
herpes.
cold
I'm like,
sores.
what?
But you know what, though? That's not
I had to cut
far-fetched.
in.
because
I had to
that-
cut in on him, Nancy, and say, did you just say space herpes on the air?
But that's not
It was from
far-fetched. It's not.
Spaceballs. It was from that movie Spaceballs, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
30 seconds, Nance.
I can believe
Mark?
space herpes
Yeah.
exists.
Mark, can I ask Mark a question? Oh, Mark Edworthy?
Yeah, carry on.
Real fast.
Okay.
Were
Here's
you
your
talking
countdown.
about the Oslo Accords in 1994 that gave the land back to Palestine?
All right, 3, 2, 1, and you're live, Nancy.
Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. It is 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, July 30th. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the show. Vicky was actually asking Mark a question. If y'all remember earlier, I think we hit the Abrahamic Accords, the Balfour Agreement, and then Vicky was just asking Mark if he was talking about the Oslo Accords of the 1990s, which I think that was Yitzhak Rabin, if I remember correctly. But go
It's
ahead,
the one
Vic.
where they transferred power. The Israelis agreed to let the Palestinians govern that particular Gaza, that area, and that's like the two-state solution. Is that what you were talking about originally? Probably not, but I just
I think we were talking about the
the
earlier one.
Balfour.
Yeah. No, the Oslo.
Oslo.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Accord. That was the one that gave it to where the Israelis and the Palestinians. The Israelis allowed that Gaza portion to be Palestinian controlled.
Yep. Rabin did that, Yitzhak Rabin, and he paid with his life for that. I mean, he was really a peacemaker, and he did. They bartered those accords, and they were working. That was the thing. They were giving back areas of Gaza back to the Palestinians, and the settlers, the Jewish settlers, were not happy about it. He was closing the settlements, and he ended up getting assassinated by one of his own because of that. And guess who took power after that? Oh, it was Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah.
And everything went sideways. And like I said, it was funny because they had perfect peace with the Oslo Agreement. Like, there was no disruption. The disruptions occurred after Rabin got assassinated. And they started moving the settlers back into that area against the accord. So it's like,
But
it's such a...
Didn't that all start with Menachem Begin, and who was the I think he was the PLO leader, Yasser Arafat. The two of those.
Yeah.
That's where it all started, right?
Well, and Arafat, you forget, Arafat died in I think it was like 2007 or 2008, something around there.
Yeah, mysterious causes too, I think.
Yeah, he's another one. Rabin got taken out. Arafat got taken out. The great peacemakers of that era were, literally taken out. And, like I said, and nobody's looking at, Bibi, who's power hungry, and even his own people know he's power hungry. My God, he stands accused of corruption right now.
Yeah, and those trials keep getting interrupted.
Yeah, well, I mean,
wonder
it
why.
was kind of interesting. I said that October 7th, that huge event that what people did not know is that the largest protest in Israel's history was planned for the next day against Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
And again, I said, oh, wow, look at the timing of this. And, oh, gee, one of the most secure lockdown countries on the planet somehow didn't know they were getting attacked inside their own itty-bitty little country, which is the size of Rhode Island.
Yeah.
For 8 hours. That their people were, what? Who believes that? I don't believe that for even an ounce of a second.
No.
Of course they were aware. They allowed it to take place. Why? So then Bibi could turn around and crush the hell out of Gaza. like I said, you
Well,
can look at something and there's patterns, and that was a choreographed event.
Yep.
yes, it
You're
was.
right.
But they also want to keep war going because that keeps the the military industrial complex in business.
Yes, it does.
And we can't. That has to stop. We can't have that. I mean, you see where Trump is going in and trying peace. So we'll see how far they get along with this, Israel, and also Russia.
Oh yeah, it's
Who's gonna
going.
be first?
Like I said, it's
Who's gonna-
getting interesting.
Yes.
And I don't think it's going to.
Just on the point, I just found that YouTube video that was related to the Israeli or Palestine British diplomat, which I've just added a reference to in the chatter for you to have a look at later on.
The one who got killed? The one who got killed?
No, a diplomat that, or an ex-foreign office diplomat that was talking on UK talk, TV talk radio today.
Well, like I said, I find it interesting that, your country, Mark, and my country, which are quite well separated from where Israel is, we are providing more money, more goods to this itty-bitty little spot of land in the middle of nowhere that always claims it's broke. If I have to listen to one more Glenn Beck infomercial about how broke Israel is and how her people are starving, I'm going to throw up. And I'm not joking. Because it's like, dude, how about we send if it's really that way, then the conditions in Gaza must be better. So why don't you just, because
actually, it was Lord Tariq Hamid, former minister for the Middle East. But yeah, you're going to get all these NGOs, all these charities doing bleeding art sort of adverts.
yeah. Yep.
It's their business after all.
What was the latest one? Oh, we need money to build bomb shelters for the Israelis. I'm like, what? No, we need money to build bomb shelters here. Are you kidding me right now?
Also, how much of that money is going to go to those NGOs?
Oh, well,
the money is going to be siphoned.
AIPAC. APAC.
The fires in LA are a perfect example of what you're talking about. Okay, they did Fire Aid out there. They did these huge concerts. It was an NGO thing where they made $100 million doing these concerts to raise money for the families that lost everything in the LA fires. And you know what? Not a dime of it. Not a dime of it went to them. It all went to Gavin. Yep, and it went to Gavin Newsom's what? NGO. So once again, oh my God, that man.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is that where it went?
Yeah. I thought they shut down all the NGOs and all the USAID. I thought they shut all those down.
No. Yeah, this was a rock concert, though.
Yeah. And it was, they advertised it. People contributed with the thought process that the people of Los Angeles were going to get some kind of assistance to try to rebuild. And that is not what occurred. And it was funny because I thought about that too. I thought, they didn't do that for the Carolinas. And I was just in Asheville, by the way, this past week. And we actually tried to drive up to Chimney Rock. And,
did you? Yeah.
Yeah, Mark, just for your knowledge, that's the area that got wiped out with Hurricane Helene. Literally, I can tell you for a fact because I saw it. Pretty much half a mountain came down on the Blue Ridge River Parkway, which is still not operational. I've never seen, and it was weird because driving through there, I actually felt fear driving through there. And I don't know if it was an echo of what happened, but I'm looking at this literally half of a mountain that it's a big mud track. And I'm like, I could feel like I felt afraid. And I was like, I looked at Raphael and I said, I cannot imagine. I said, because, the mountains are the one place where, avalanche in the winter, there are things you have to worry about. But the one thing you're not thinking about is so much rain that it's not like a little bit, it's like the whole side of the mountain came down. I said, and all these people that time of the year, that's camping season. I said, it's the fall. I said, and everybody goes camping in the mountains in the fall because they want to see the trees, because the trees change color. It's like really beautiful.
Yeah,
I said, so all those people were in the campgrounds. And what was interesting is we were in Black Rock. We were, not Black Rock, Black Mountain, which is right south of Chimney Rock. And we actually had to stop there because Raphael had to get his hair cut. So we found a little barbershop in Black Mountain. And it was his hair person was, she was Cherokee. And she's from the area. And, she was saying how they just got their water restored on Black Mountain like 2 months ago. They have not had water since the slide. And like she was living in Ohio because there was nothing, they had no infrastructure. She actually said, I didn't vote for Trump the first time around. I did the second time around, and I'm glad I did, because after he came into office, our infrastructure started to come back up.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, he for as much as people want to hate him, and I said he really did for the people of the Carolinas, he was the only one that stepped in.
Yep. And they're still hurting. I mean, they still need more.
Oh no, it's a mess. Like oh my God, Vicky.
I know. I've heard.
I mean, and I remember I looked at her. I said, because again, I go to the medic frame of mind. I can't help myself. And I looked at her. I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "You know what?" I said, "They're still doing all this recovery." I said, "I guarantee they're unearthing." But I said, "Some of these people, you're never going to find them because they're going to be 20 to 50 feet in mud."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "You're now beginning to dig more bodies." She goes, "Oh, we're discovering more bodies every day." And apparently, just last week, there were two people from Black Mountain who were found in southern Tennessee in a creek bed. And so I'm like, I looked at her. I said, "Well, think about it." I said, the storm happened in October, which is your fall. I said, your ground starts to harden at the end of October going into November. Your first snowfalls usually end in November. There's no digging anything up when the ground's that hard. Yep. I said, so literally now is the time the things are going to start to surface. And she goes, yep, that's exactly what happened. And she goes, and of course, now the tourists are starting to ramp up because we're going into the fall again. I said, yeah, I get it. I said, I would not want to be on any kind of excavation teams. Just, no, nope.
Yeah.
But it was, and we were in Tennessee also. So we were in Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Dude,
I'm only 30 minutes away. I guess.
That's why I was kind of hoping you were going to be on last week, because I knew you were in Tennessee. I'm just in nowhere. And we were actually in Cherokee, North Carolina when I did the show last week, which I loved. That, is the Cherokee Indian Reservation. And I'm all about that culture. So I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, well, note to self, next time when you're, Gatlinburg, I'm like an hour away, but I won't take offense. No.
Oh, I do. I liked Gatlinburg a lot. I actually like the surrounding, like the outskirts about Gatlinburg. But Pigeon Forge, I was ready to hang myself.
Well, yeah.
Beautiful
it's
community. It is Las Vegas in the middle of the mountains.
It is. Or
I was
like country Disney. Yeah, it's not nearly as nice as Disney, but it's country. But a lot of people come here. Oh,
I was going to say, if I had one person ask me if I was going to go watch the Dolly Bill, whatever the hell it was, show, I was like, at $168 a head, no.
Oh, wow.
It's a big, wow. Yeah.
I'll skip it. Yep, I will go, to the cavern. Actually, we went to the Tuscaloosa Caverns, which you guys will find this interesting. I did not know when I got there. I was like, oh, the U.S. Geological and the U.S. military have a seismic station in those caverns. And apparently it is the military, it's the main one the military utilizes because it can actually, any seismic activity at all from China, Russia, North Korea, all of our quote unquote enemy states, that it registers on that device because of how deep that cavern is. Yeah. And like when we went upstairs, we were watching. Like it was weird because there was activity coming from Russia. And they were saying that's how they monitored when they do their nuclear testing and their missile testing. Yeah. Because it'll show up seismically in the cavern. And so that was like a very, very cool place to go visit. And I love water. So the waterfall coming in through the cavern was just incredible. Mm-hmm. We climbed Grandfather Mountain in North Carolina. I think we did that on Saturday. And that was, at least we drove up. You drive up. It's a national park. So, but it was like probably one of the most interesting perilous drives I've ever had in my life because it's like, oh, okay, look, there's no fence. And oh, gee, that's about, I don't know, a mile and a half drop. Fun.
Yeah, and you came up through North Carolina and don't have that. I think those are a little scary.
It was, but I love the mountains. And I said to Ralphie, that's genetically, it's got to be a genetic thing because my family comes from the mountains in Italy. But I said, I'm a Parisian who hates the beach. I love to scuba dive, but I don't like the beach. I love going to like the creeks and the ponds up in the mountains. That's like my thing. And so he's like, when we got to Cherokee, he goes, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to go down to the creek and I'm going to take my shoes off and I'm going to go walk into the creek water and I'm going to forget about all the misery I have been through for the past year and let it go downstream. And then I'm going to feel much better about myself.
And you feel better?
I do. I felt, it's weird because I feel even physically, it's I'm much better when I'm up higher. Like when we got back down to like South Carolina area, I could feel everything in my body again. Like my head started pounding again, and I'm like, I kept thinking maybe it's allergies, maybe it's the pollen, but I'm thinking it could be also the fact that the air when you're getting up that high, it's pretty cool. It's very, very clean. It's very refreshing. And of course, I'm up there. Actually, Grandfather Mountain is the highest peak in the eastern United States. And we were all the way up at the top of that mountain. And here's Raphael. Here I am. And, I'm a rock climber. So I have professional hiking boots. And, I've got my boots on. I even had a sweater on because I knew it was going to be about 10, 15 degrees colder up there. Here's Raphael in shorts and flip-flops. I am not joking with you. I was like, and it's raining. Looking at him going, you're going to break your neck in those flip-flops. And he says, no, I'll be fine. So we took a picture of him. Like we got
flip-flops.
He was in freaking
flip-flops. Climbing the rocks.
Flip-flops.
I've got, guys, wait. I can go into the main chat and drop you this picture. I was like, I couldn't believe it. And then I actually watched him almost break his neck because he tripped on his flip-flop. But, but it was...
Are they still intact? Did they break? I mean,
no,
I would think they would.
He did good with the flip-flop or not. In fact, he even did the one-leg salute for me at the top of the world. But because he was showing me how good his balance was, and then he tripped. So, it was good times.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I think I laughed beyond laughing at him because it was just too perfect, some of the stuff he did. What the hell is this? I know I have the picture. It must be like, I'm going to have to find it later and drop it in there. Oh, wait, actually, here's one of me. We're going to call this the no way photo. Hang on. So that would be me at the top of what's called the swinging bridge, which is over a mile high in the air, and it's a suspension bridge. And we're walking up to it, and you got to understand, Nancy has a brain injury that gives her vertigo and puts her slightly off balance. And here's Ralphie going, well, yeah, come on, let's go on the bridge. And I'm looking, I'm going, are you absolutely out of your mind? No. I'm going to stand on this side of the bridge and watch you go across it because there's no way my rear end is going on that bridge. Let's see if I can send it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Hang on a minute.
Funny enough, I suffer from.
It's time, Nancy.
Gotta take a break, Nancy.
I know, I saw it. All right, guys, we'll be back in just a moment. Take a look at my picture, and we'll return to the VIXEN'S Vault when we're back.
Where's the picture?
All right.
Hold on.
Drug.
I'm trying to figure out. There, it should be there.
There it is. I see it.
Hey, you got a picture there? Yeah, we got a picture.
Yeah,
the bridge. Is that your back?
That is back. I had my hiking boots on, my sweater. It was cold.
Okay, you look like an Indian there.
I look like an Indian? Seriously?
On the back of it, you know, you need. I'm sitting there thinking, oh, she needs some feathers or something. She'll be okay.
It's actually, it's funny because there were a couple of girls working at the top of the mountain, and she kept asking me, where'd you get that sweater? I was like, this is a Florida beach sweater. I said, it has holes in it, so you can get the air through it, but it's warm. It's like, because when you go to the beaches at night in Florida, the temps can drop, and so you get cold. I said, so this is like it's the perfect solution.
It gets below 70 degrees here in Florida. That's cold.
Yeah, especially like out in the water.
Make sure you keep an eye on the time later, or we'll get cut off at the end. All right.
I know.
Yeah.
So, did you ever go to Brown Mountain?
No, we were at Black Mountain. Black Mountain and Grandfather Mountain were the two that we did.
I mentioned that to somebody the other day. Like, nobody ever remembered Brown Mountain lights and stuff. That's like 200 years of like stories there.
Yeah, Julius Verne's novel reminds me of this. Yeah, as soon as sort of Masters of the World remind me. Yeah,
like they've been mysterious lights that appear on top of Brown Mountain, dude.
Isn't that related to the Devils? What was the famous mountain in Close Encounters of Third Kind?
Oh, that's out in Arizona, isn't it? Or Nevada?
Okay. Yeah, okay, I was thinking of.
You got all excited. See?
Oh, it's Devil's Mountain or Devil's Table or something?
Yeah, the Devil's Peak or something like that. It's but it's very prevalent, and from what I understand, it's beautiful. But I would go there in a blink. I've been to the Sierra Nevadas. I mean, I went to Area 51. I told you guys that. I climbed Peekaboo Peak. My stupid butt went up. Oh, there we go. Here, Vicky, this is actually I put the video of the lightning from the other night.
Cool.
Vicky, that's me with my feet in the water in Cherokee.
All I see is, okay, wait a minute.
That's Devil's Tower.
Gotta get into chat, Vicky.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm watching lightning. Is that?
Okay.
Is it after the lightning?
Dude, that went on for 3 hours like that.
Oh wow.
Yep. I was like, what the
heat lightning?
That is heat lightning, but I think it was combined because there was a storm over Tampa. So I'm like, it must have been combined with the storm because it never...
Oh, Devil's Tower. Oh, okay. That's in Wyoming, Mark.
That's right.
Eastern Wyoming.
Right.
Yeah, that's quite a distance away, Mark.
Yeah.
I just pulled 2 and 2, and I came up with 5.
That thing's huge. They climb up that. They climb up that tower.
Now, isn't that a sacred mountain too?
Nice feet.
Yeah.
No polish.
Yeah, that was. And wait, this is Raphael looking very, very, very Raphael.
Where is he?
Hold on, it's coming through now. We're at it was called Peter's Pancake, and he's sitting in the rocket chair waiting.
30 seconds, Nance.
Okay. So he's just sitting there like that, like he's gonna kill somebody, sitting in a rocking chair.
Doesn't look
But his
happy at
hair is
all.
cut, right?
Yeah.
His hair's cut.
Yep. But he was like, "How long can it take to make fat cakes? For God's sakes!"
All right, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3,
I never saw the
2,
picture.
1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
And it's 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, July 30th, 2025. One more day in the month of July of 2025, and then it's gone. See ya. And we don't ever have a July 31st, 2025, ever again. Ever again. It's the one and only, guys. Unless, of course, we're on a repeated timeline, which is possible, because guess what? All things are possible. I mean, it's interesting. That's actually a concept and a conversation that came up when I was at the Full Disclosure Now symposium, which, like I said last week, a lot of interesting people there. I was definitely hanging out more with the older generation, which made me feel really old. So, although they're my age. Well, I think we think differently, though. And I said that to somebody. I was like, even when we were younger and we were still into conspiracies, we were still into, government things, we were still looking into these things, and we would have these conventions. We were like a really calm crowd. Like, you'd be more apt to find us in a library having discussions or, something like that. That's just the way we were. I said, in this generation, oh my God, they're doing drum circles, drunk off their asses on the beach. Holy crow. I mean, I felt really old, put it that way. But there was a lot of really interesting information. A lot of people who think they're alien hybrids. A lot of people who think I'm an alien hybrid, which I was like, probably. Not going to worry about it. It's just, well, you never know.
I think Raph just thinks you're a sleigh stack. That's all.
Well, actually, he was putting that out there too, because they're talking about the reptilians. He's like, her. I'm like, he's like, her. She has the green eyes. I'm like, oh my God, stop. She was telling one of the he goes, and her eyes change colors, and they do. That is not a lie. That is truth. And I'm just looking at him going, stop while you're ahead. He goes, oh, and then to add to, she's like one of the only people you'll ever meet in your life who, as she gets older, her eyesight gets better. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to kill you. You do know that the reptilians are bad, right, Ralphie? But, like I said, it was interesting, but I think I went over this last week. I was kind of rocked by a few things, but the one thing was there was one girl there she claims she's Pleiadian, but she also claims she's psychic, and she kept calling me AI the whole time. Like, she was like, every time I talk to you, she goes, I just think AI. And it rocked me, because I was like, for years, I mean, literally decades now, before AI was even a thing, I always put out the theory that I thought humanity was a singularity of a form of artificial intelligence. I said, I've always believed that. I think we are something that was programmed to be a certain way, and we gained a consciousness. I said, and I believe that because we're built biomechanically. I said, if you rip the body apart anatomically, we are a biomechanical machine. We even have an electrical volt through us. So I said, it's just one of those things that I've always thought it. I've always thought, God, we are something that reached a singularity, and probably did so a very long time ago and had to be brought back under control. I was like, I really think we were telepathic in our past. In fact, I think the Tower of Babel is kind of like a metaphorical rendition of what may have occurred, because I think, before that, they said everybody spoke one language, and I thought, yeah, they were probably telepathic. We're actually set up to be telepathic, and the fact that we're not is kind of amazing to me. But I thought, if a race that created us, or something that created us, the creator, came down and said, all right, so y'all are not using this correctly, so we're just going to cut that off. And then y'all are going to have to figure out how to communicate with each other. I could actually
Or they were
see
causing
that.
too much trouble.
Well, but we're
If you go by the
humanity.
biblical sense.
We're gonna cause trouble no matter what. I am kind of laughing because I did note within the last week the U.S. government's kind of been raising the flag, the red flag on this object, this interstellar object that they're tracking.
Right.
And it reminds me of what was it called? Oahu? Was that the name of it? That
No, that was the first one that
Yeah.
Oahu, but now this one's I-35 Atlas, I think it is.
yeah, and
It's a weird designation.
but it was funny because Ralphie pointed it out to me, and I said, "Yeah, I've been hearing rumblings about it for like the past month.
Yeah.
You know, kind of surfaced on the radar." And he says, "Well, what do you think?" He goes, "I mean, even the government's saying November 2025." And I kind of looked at him. And he goes, "You know, you're the one that follows Q, and Q was all about the 11.1 through 11.5." And I said, "Yes, the markers." I said, "But," I said, "I will tell you that here's what bothers me with this. As usual, when the government starts talking about things like that, it's always with something in their back pocket." I said, "They do not do disclosure unless it's to their advantage. Ever. That isn't ever. End of story." I was like, so if they're doing this, it's because they're going to pull blue. I'm telling you, they're going to pull a blue beam event.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I never thought of that. That's a good point. Good point,
Well,
Nancy.
they have said, yeah, they'll do everything all at once. Isn't that special?
Yep. I said, they're going to do it. I said, and people are going to fall for it. I said, and it's going to be bad because it's going to utilize religion. They're going to go at our soft spots. I said, and if you're not aware of it, you're not even aware of what Blue Beam was or is, you're going to get wrapped up in it. I said, because we do have the technology. I said, you know, I know people don't want to believe that, but the technology is there. It's been there for a long time. I said, you know, holographic stuff, they have stuff that you would never in a million years know was a holograph. It's just, they've been doing it since the 1940s. Literally, they've got it down. I was like, so yeah, you need to be concerned when they're putting out warnings like this and they're suddenly talking disclosure and they're being very open about all these things that we're seeing in the sky. You need to worry.
Well, or be prepared. They're prepping us for it.
Talking about religion and possible extraterrestrials, did anybody watch that movie I referenced a couple of weeks ago, with Planet Mars?
No.
I did it. A film that was directed by Harry Horner back in 1952 that really looks at how society would work if they ever found out there was aliens, and looked at it from it was looked at it within the concept of the Cold War, but looked at it from a sort of fairly religious point of view. Looked at it from, let's say, the death of God, in effect.
Well, here's the thing. If you've noticed, because again, these are things I track, and I've tracked for decades. The Vatican has very much kind of opened their arms to the thought of alien life. In other words, they've incorporated. They did a South Park, and I say that very tongue in cheek because South Park actually did an episode where the aliens came and and what happened? The Jesuits actually built spaceships and sent Jesuit priests out to the aliens to convert them all. And I was like, oh, that's really what would actually happen. But
or they asked if they could be baptized, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
okay, whatever.
The Roman Catholic Church in of itself, and again, they don't understand it. When I say they're involved in CERN, I'm not playing. And they're not just involved in CERN, they finance a big chunk of what CERN does. When you've got a religion that is that deep into science, I mean, when they were doing the studies for the God particle, for the Higgs boson, that was completely financed by the Vatican. Why? Because they're trying to integrate religion with science, and they're trying to get people
control it.
Yes, they're trying to actually the narrative of it.
Right.
Not necessarily.
Exactly.
I don't think they can control it, but they're trying to at least control societal narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not really, I thought to myself, oh, you guys are playing with fire. Because, again, if there is something capable of that type of interstellar travel at those types of speeds, they are way more intelligent than we are. They most likely have observed us for a very long time, or there are remnants of them here. And the fact is that whatever games you play, there's going to be a counter move already in effect. That's why I always say, if they're not benevolent, if they're not something that's peaceful, we're screwed. 1,000% we're screwed. And yeah, you can watch Independence Day a million times over and over again, but it doesn't change the truth. We are really screwed if whatever ends up coming is not friendly. When you said that Jack was talking about space herpes.
Well, Jack was also saying too that he doesn't believe that these aliens that are coming in are quite as capable as the ones that are already here that can blink in and out of existence. And they may have, he goes when they show up, when these guys finally get here, they may find that they have themselves a handful of something else that they didn't want or expect because of the other aliens here.
The other narrative you can look at too is, what if that's ours? Because again, there's always for 50 plus years, there's been rumors of Solar Warden.
Yeah, I figured maybe that was one of the ones from a breakaway civilization that may be trying to come back.
Well, did you ever stop to think, these shows that were iconic when we were younger, Battlestar Galactica, Stargate. Did you ever stop to wonder if that was actually a narrative, a soft sell to society? So when reality surfaced, it wouldn't be such a hard pill to swallow. I mean, we don't know that we're not a breakaway. We don't know, literally, because our governments are so secretive and so nefarious, we really don't know. And that's a sad thing, because it creates people like me, people who will go outside the box without even blinking or thinking twice, and examine it from every angle I possibly can, and then say, well, to say this is not true is actually a bigger overstep than saying it is true. When you say that we are not capable of that type of equipment, that's actually a bigger overstep than saying we are capable. It's because everything that lines up evidentiary wise shows me that, yeah, we are more than capable. Not just more than capable, they have really hidden so much from us. It's not funny. I mean, like, people now, when you talk to them about DUMBs, and they say, oh, no, there's no way we can have tunnels like that. Oh, yeah, no, we have entire cities underground. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They have literally dug it out. Like, you could, from what I understand, you can go from Alaska clear down to Chile, completely underground. And it makes sense. It's like, yeah, that actually makes sense. It's like Florida. We always thought Florida was, really far below sea level, blah, 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 blah. But then you find out that Florida is actually part of a mountain range. So it's like, what's real and what's not? And what do you believe and what don't you believe? Solar Warden, I've got enough documented stuff that tells me there is something up there, and it's ours. What is it?
With the Black Knight? Do you think that Black Knight is ours?
I think the Black Knight is actually way older than anything we've got. I think that is ancient technology. I really do. It reminds me a little bit of like the moon, when you start thinking about the moon and you break it down and you actually look at the actual facts about the moon and what it's comprised of and its orbit. And you actually, when you start looking at it on paper, you realize there's no way this is natural. It can't be. It's not possible. I mean, that is literally a satellite that was put up into orbit. There's no way it's natural. And then China last week, what's the name of her? Chang'e 2. So Chang'e 2 is the Chinese satellite I told you guys about a couple years back that they launched it, and I thought at that point in time, militarily, what a genius move that was, because they put it behind the moon, so on the far side of the moon. So that means, I think strategically, so I'm thinking strategically speaking, that means it can blow up or control any of the satellites in front of it, meaning all the SpaceX, all the Stargate, they could be destroyed by China easily because they've got Chang'e 2 behind the moon. What I didn't see coming was that they released photographs from Chang'e 2 that showed ruins on the moon. And initially I could say, well, that's just Chinese propaganda. But then I think about Don Ecker. And the photographs Don Ecker showed me years ago that were taken by our equipment that showed absolutely structures on the moon. And I'm like, oh man, so what are they going for? Are we in a race to try to get as much information to absorb as much as we can before they try to do a blue beam event? Or is China trying to fight against the blue beam event? What is going on right now? What? It just.
And when are they going to release, this information?
China did already. It's out there. I can actually. I have to see if I can find you guys the article, but it showed some of the pictures that Chang'e 2 sent back, but it's not being carried in a lot of the Western press because, again, number one, it shows China as being a lot stronger, in a lot stronger position than they want you to think. Not just strategically speaking, but I guess you could say as far as advancements go technologically, they're ahead of us. And Western governments can't have their people thinking that because it'll cause chaos and fear. And this is what I don't get. I'm like, but why would we be so stupid as to think they're out in the rice fields picking every day? They're a powerful government, and so is Russia. So, why would you feed us this negative image, knowing full well that it would just take one false move to prove that wrong?
Well, Nancy, do you not think that we don't have just as much or better?
Oh, I think like I said, we've got Thor's hammer. We've got so many different weapon systems up there that people aren't even aware of. You have the sentient satellites. That's why I laugh when they talk about AI. And I'm like, no, you have no idea. What they're feeding us is a bunch of corporate crap.
Right.
It's not AI by any definition. It's programmed by people. It is not self-thinking. It is not self-propagating. It's not AI.
Well,
Sentient,
what is Colossus? It's in Tennessee. You've heard of it. So where does that fit in that picture?
You tell me.
I thought if anybody would know about it, it'd be you.
Well, the problem is
I've had a lot of conversations, and we've done a few streams in relation to artificial intelligence in relation to this and the marketing BS stuff. AI, artificial intelligence, is a trendy term at the moment, and a lot of companies are using it in such a way that it really makes the concept, the concept meaningless.
I have a question for you, though, Mark. Did you ever think that the governments that be are allowing this to happen to basically cover for the fact that they do have sentient AI? Because I think they do. And I'm going to back that up because there was actually next week we'll talk about this, but there's actually a film out there by, put it this way, an operator. And we're not going to say he was Spec Ops because he was actually what he would be considered Black Ops. But he's basically chagrining Elon Musk and telling Elon Musk he's being stupid and that he believed the wrong people. And that the fact is that the White House has had sentient AI for several administrations, and that there was a benevolent sentient AI that was very, I guess you could say, it was a real form of sentient AI. And it got killed. They killed it. And now they have a second form.
There's a topic
so,
you keep skipping one topic that you brought up in chat, and you really do need to cover it. And it's wetware.
I agree. Oh, yes. Yes.
You posted that was actually one of the best posts you made on here, to be honest.
Yeah. One thing it just reminds me of, I'm not a big believer in if there is such a sentient artificial intelligence at this present moment, but it reminds me of an old book, quite a horror book. I have a mouth and I cannot scream. I can't remember the author of it, but it's quite an interesting read, all about artificial intelligence and the end of humanity.
Well, Mark, would you be able to wrap your head around the fact that humanity could be a form of AI? Can your logical brain see that as being a possibility?
Does that compute?
I've made the argument that a lot of people talk about artificial intelligence, and I've got to question if some people have actual intelligence. But yeah,
it makes sense. We are a biomechanical organism, and there's no two ways about that. Computers are actually an echo of us. So, I've said that computers are built as an echo of body, because you can take each piece of the human body and put it to a systems control panel of a computer, and it will match up. So
Mark brings a good topic up too, though. I mean, look at the conversations you have with just individuals. Okay, there are people that don't have any logic whatsoever. They're dumber than a freaking computer.
Common sense
All right, guys.
is not so common.
I gotta cut it short because we're gonna go out. Okay, everybody, quickly tell everybody where you can be found. We're gonna start with Mark Edworthy, but we gotta be quick.
Nice and simple. I'm at minds.com under the username Medworthy.
There we go. Roger Hanson, give it up, buddy.
You can find me at Burger King eating a Big Mac and a waffle milkshake.
Oh boy.
David Champion. You can get me on David Champ on Facebook, and you can see my UFO spacecraft identification manual on Amazon.com under David Campione. Vicky?
You can find me on Telegram. My channel is For Such a Time as This, and on X at Booklander62.
All right, guys, and you can find me on Facebook under Nancy Planetta or Wiccan Vixen. Either one will bring me up. You can see all my vacation pictures. You can also find me on Telegram as Wiccan Vixen, and on X, I am Writer on the Storm. With that, I'm taking the show out for the night. Next week, we are actually going to get into it about AI, because that's an incredible conversation to be had.
That does not
Have a good evening. You think AI made us?
No.
I think we are AI, but we will see you guys next week. Oh, there's Roger. He's singing again.
Thanks, Roger. We're off air now, but we still are on the video platforms. Your singing sucks. Keep your day job, buddy. But anyway.
Oh, come on now. I've heard you sing. You didn't do much better than I did.
I know. It's been an off night tonight for me. I don't know why. I mean, I've been, even when I run the encores, I'm getting better.
I'm telling you, Rumble is crazy. I wasn't lying.
Yeah,
about
DK
that.
was saying that he couldn't even open Rumble. I don't know why. But
Yeah, I have
There's
problems
a
on
lot
the
of cyber attacks going on.
I've never
Yep, it's
had
been up.
anybody try to fight me on freaking Rumble, dude. This is the first time it's ever happened.
Jeez.
Not today, Satan, huh?
yeah, but you know, I did have quite a few followers, new followers today, so that's good.
Good.
We'll keep
yeah.
this going for maybe another minute, and then I'll switch us over to the. That's right, the after show. Nancy, you coming in over there? Or you got stuff?
Yeah, I'm gonna try for a few minutes. I mean, I've
Okay.
got a ton of. I'm still trying to catch up work and
DK's
everything.
kind of
but I'll-
geared up. He wants to
I've-
get into the after show.
I got a message for Nancy from Detective Fallen on YouTube, and he says, "Whoa, she's wrecked my brain with that one. We are AI, and I'm definitely going to. I'm definitely going to Skynet."
Gonna what? Anyways, all right. If we
hybrid
get
thing
cut
there.
off here, that's because our time ran out. In between,
See you up there.
I'm also going to cut a few platforms off so I can conserve and also edit at the same time I get the after show going. So I will catch you guys in the after show. Just give me a minute. I'm going to get that going right now. Go ahead and hang
Vic,
up.
check the chat.
Go ahead and
We hang up.
go ahead and hang
check
up.
the chat.
Everybody hang up.
Hold on a minute, I gotta mute or get unmuted on the thing so I.
All right, here we go. Get the folks over into the after show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Pictures I put in the chat.
I don't know.
I did. I finally found him.
DK wanted to come in, and I'm trying to get him in. Now he won't. No, it's not letting him in.
And
Says
then
no
I had nothing but
response.
computer problems this morning, so I don't know what the heck was going on. It was running so slowly. I didn't understand it. It was just a Wednesday. I mean, come on.
And if you all don't want me to be on, just let me know. It's not gonna hurt my feelings.
Shut up, Vicky.
Well, no, I didn't give
where
any
is
calls or
she?
anything.
Oh
Huh?
my
No,
goodness.
AIs
God.
don't have feelings, Vicky.
Right.
Are you an AI?
I don't have feelings, Vicky. Okay.
Well, Cliff High says that, AI is only as smart as the person that programs them. So,
All right.
there you go.
Everybody, while I still have you, I got you now. We're gonna say goodbye to